The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Don Kapoff, chaplain with the Orange County Sheriff Coroner Office.
And after that, please remain standing. Kathy Ward's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for our town. We are so fortunate and blessed to live in San Clemente, to work here, to call it home. We thank you for that. We ask that you would keep our families safe, our children safe as the holiday season comes by, that you continue to bless this town, that you would be here, that we'd sense your presence, that we'd know that you're a part of us as well. We ask that your presence would be here tonight as the meeting goes on, and that you would be here in the decisions that are made. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Donchak?
Present.
Councilmember Ward?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baker?
Here.
Mayor Ham?
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of a proclamation to Wayne Greenleaf, San Clemente Veterans of Foreign Wars, declaring November 14th and 15th as Buddy Poppy Days.
Got sidetracked there. Buddy Poppy Days. You're not the person who usually comes here for Buddy Poppy Days, right?
No, that would be D. Paget.
Oh, okay. Well, you want to take a couple minutes and tell the audience here and at home what Buddy Poppy Days is about?
I'll do it.
Okay.
We at your VFW Post 7142, commanded by D. Paget and about 124 of us other comrades, are gratified by the proclamation that we're about to get for the 14th and 15th as Buddy Poppy Days. We will be sharing with all of our neighbors at Staters and Ralph's and Albertsons Buddy Poppies for all.
Great. And it says here you've been doing this since 1922?
We have.
Okay.
We spend 100% of our income on active and veterans affairs, and in fact we're honored to be the 2015 Best of Nonprofit Organizations, honored by the San Clemente Award Program.
Perfect. Thank you, sir, for everything.
Thank you. And we do have poppies for the council, and in fact,
Oh, you do? There's the
There
bucket.
they are.
Okay.
A bucket somewhere.
a familiar sight, perhaps.
Here, we'll pass it around and bring it back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dee says that this is a very generous group.
That was last year's group.
It's only because Bob's here.
Please take a poppy.
Is that a hundo, James?
Yeah, it was.
You gonna show me up again this year, Bob?
I'm giving a few.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. I'll be glad to share with participants as well.
Let's see, I got 3 kids at home.
No, I don't think that's gonna work this time. Just take the whole thing, Bob, with your measly $1 donation there.
On a personal note, having been here only 3 years, your town is the absolute jewel of the Southern California coast.
Aw, you say that to everybody.
Thank you, because we would agree with that.
Not knowing anything you don't already know.
Yeah. sky is blue, right? Grass is green, and, yeah, actually it's brown. Grass is brown in town. No play on words there, brown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing that, and thanks for being a VFW member, a great organization for a long time.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation.
First one we have is Tom and Dan Gudauskas, and then Tom Frank. Really, Tom? You put a card in? I did. Oh, never mind. I remember now. Okay.
Hey guys, how are you tonight? Just to reintroduce myself, I'm Dan Gudauskas and my dad Tom, and we're on behalf of the Positive Vibe Warrior Foundation. And thank you guys for helping support the Stokerama we had on October 24th, just an unreal event. We had 125 kids this year, which was our biggest event to date. This is our 4th annual, so yeah, everything was volunteer based. We had a ton of families coming together for just an unreal experience. And yeah, we just really want to say thank you guys for all your support. I know you guys waived the permit fees and did all that stuff for us. So, I mean, it was just an unreal experience, and yeah, we couldn't be happier. So we just want to say thank you very much.
Also, I wanted to add that we did raise $10,000 for the Junior Lifeguard Scholarship Fund here for the City of San Clemente. And, that came from the various sources of sponsorship that we put together to allow the kids to have a fun day at the beach, and we can raise funds for our foundation, which transparently gives the money to the Junior Lifeguard Scholarship Program. So we're really pleased that we could help the city and help the junior kids coming up. A lot of those dollars are used also for swim lessons for kids to begin with, because Bill Humphrey said they can't be junior lifeguards until they learn how to swim, and they have to take tests. So the slideshow here for you has just got a couple images to show you the excitement on the water and in the beach. Some of the surfing was spectacular. We did a Halloween costume, which also gave out awards for the best costumes there, celebrating Halloween as well as the Stokerama.
That's great. Did anybody get to go this year? No? Somehow it didn't get on the city council calendars this year, which was a big bummer, because I know that I heard about it after it's finished, and I missed it too. But
Well, it's all good. Hopefully next year
Yeah.
will be.
Well, also I wanted to thank Fred Swagels for the Sun Post. They did some really wonderful coverage. Andrea Swain for the SC Times. So if you weren't there, you could pick up, one of the newspapers and see some great photos and see the results there.
now, next year we're gonna be able to get it back closer to the contest, so we can get a lot more pros in town for it. Is that something that?
Yeah, that's in the works. I mean, it's getting hard to compete. The costume event this year was pretty much second and
Yeah.
none, so I don't know. We'll see what the kids want, but I mean, it'll be definitely on the cards.
Cool.
For sure.
Hey, sincerely, thanks for giving back.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's our pleasure.
Thanks for giving back.
This is the city that raised us up, so it's our honor to give it to them.
It's awesome. Thank you.
But we really appreciate that you still do this event in our city. I mean, we appreciate it so much that you continue to do the Stokerama. So it's a great event.
Well, we know for these families, it's just providing a huge memory of watching their kids grow up. And we have grandparents come down to watch their grandchildren, and all generations get to benefit from sharing the Stoke. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys for
Thank
coming out
you.
and sharing with us. Tom Frank? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, it's Frank. Somehow I managed to follow that great presentation again, and I'll try and top it with talk about traffic. So I'm here to pass along some information we received last night at our mobility task force regarding the traffic conditions on I-5 in the construction zone for the HOV widening project. Because of concerns raised by our residents, OCTA and the Caltrans team coordinated with the Highway Patrol and came up with a 12-point action plan to address the concerns which they were hearing. They came up with actually a program. It's called the Safety Enhancement Program for the holiday season. And the main items which they wanted to address is, one, they've got speeding concerns and just erratic driver behavior concerns within that corridor. So they want to slow the speeds down in the construction zone. So they're going to implement construction signing, 55-mile-an-hour construction speed signs. They're also going to increase the funding for the Highway Patrol through the Thanksgiving period, specifically during the soft opening of the outlet mall and then through Thanksgiving. So with those efforts, they're hoping to slow the speeds. The second thing is they've heard complaints and we've seen problems with queuing back onto the freeway. And to address that issue, they're retiming their signals on their off-ramps to help clear the vehicles off the freeway. Another issue we heard of was littering along the freeway through the construction zone and throughout. And so they're going to redouble their efforts with their own operations and the construction contractor to clear all the debris, including the debris from the wrecked cars. And then they also heard concerns about problems with the off-ramps, with people driving on the freeway and getting off and understanding how the off-ramps were functioning. So they looked at improving off-ramp conditions, the specific off-ramps, and then also bettering the signage and the delineation for the off-ramps. And they're going to be preparing a public awareness campaign, which you're launching on the 5th, to convey this information to the public, and they'll share that with the city and we can put it on our website. So we really greatly appreciate the OCTA Caltrans team for taking the concerns at heart and coordinating with the Highway Patrol to address the concerns. So I just wanted to pass that along.
And I'd like to say that I was at that meeting yesterday, and the first indication that there were concerns was as recent as 2 or 3 weeks ago. And to have Caltrans and OCTA and CHP make the time and come up with an action plan such as Tom outlined in such a short time is nothing short of remarkable and so important for the community. So, and the big message is safety enhancement. There's also going to be some signage alerting people that they're coming into a construction zone. You may have even seen a couple portable signs that went up just overnight since yesterday's meeting. I think it's a real important investment in our community safety. And I just want to add, I hope everybody is really careful on the road, because we are locals and we know how it works, but the vast majority of people using the I-5 going through San Clemente are just passing through. And so driving defensively is every bit as important as driving purposefully. So, and thanks, Tom, for organizing last night.
I got a couple of questions. So yes, it is the main highway between Canada and Mexico. We don't want to forget that. I filed a written complaint on the Caltrans website a couple of weeks ago about some pavement on the freeway right at the Pico ramp. It's fixed already. So if you got issues with some Caltrans stuff, don't gripe to your neighbors about it, folks. Go to the Caltrans website, and if I can do it, anybody can, and it's fixed. So these things can get done. One thing that's not fixed, though, is the northbound exit from the freeway at Pico, where they've put up cones to keep people out of a lane that, it seems to me, they should be allowed to get in. And I've complained about it before, but nothing, I haven't heard any words back from that. Would you investigate that for me again, Tom?
Right.
Thanks.
That's also an important segue into the fact that the Pico interchange is going to be closed this weekend from Friday midnight to Monday 5 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then it'll close again on Pico South, yeah. Right, so the pressure at that interchange is going to be very high. And then it closes again November 23rd and 24th.
That's right, technically, right.
I just have one point. The signage that's going to tell you that you're coming into a construction zone, is that a permanent, a physical sign, or is it an electronic sign?
Right, both, actually. Well, the permanent sign's the electronic sign, but that's just the Amber Alert signs, which will change once construction's over. And then there'll be the typical orange signing, which you see in construction zones. That
And
will
the
be
55
temporary.
mile an hour.
Correct, right.
Okay. I saw one recently, it said, I think it said construction zone, and it said prepare to stop. Is that a good thing to say? Prepare
Well,
to
they're
stop?
trying to get people prepared to stop in case there's backups on the freeway, so.
So
I
it can't
think
say,
it's-
like, slow, prepare. I thought people were slowing. It wasn't that much traffic. They were actually slowing because they thought there was going to be a point where they were going to have to stop.
Well,
Is
it's
how I
erratic.
interpret
There are
it.
periods when traffic is stopped on the freeway.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, so that's an appropriate sign to have.
I think
Okay.
so.
All right. So I think it's great if they're going to be responsive to that, and the highway patrol, especially if we have accidents, because we have had some in that. So that's great that they're going to double up to
Right.
get that debris off. That's good.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, thanks.
Could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brown, second by Doncheck. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. There was no reportable action taken in closed session.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item 6B1. That's the minutes of the regular zoning administrator meeting of October 21st.
Bob? Yep. Bob?
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
The public pull one?
Yes.
The balance, okay, I'm sorry.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Second by Ward.
Oh, okay. Second by Ward. First item. 6B1. Larry?
Larry Culbertson, resident. I sent you a letter about a week ago. I hope that you all got it. It's regarding the tree on Elena Lane. I hope you all took the time to go and look at that Norfolk Island pine tree at 513 Elena Lane. It remains a beautiful specimen. When this project went before the Design Review Subcommittee in April of 2014, the developer assured the committee and the public that they would be sensitive to the tree. A year and a half later, that tree has been abused, and the owners expect to be rewarded by being allowed to remove it. The tree was abused by not being watered and by removing some of its roots. The MTR Horticulture was one of the two arborists that did studies. They rated the tree as a 5 on a scale of 10. That's not bad. Atlas Environmental Services Incorporated did a report, and it seemed to indicate that the tree would only need to be removed if the developer was not able to overcome certain challenges during construction. Now, concern for the public safety was raised regarding large pine cones that occasionally fall from the tree. Mr. Wayne Eggleston testified that he's lived near the property for more than 24 years, and he frequently walks on Elena Lane, and he's had no problem with the, or heard of any problem with the pine cones dropping. The same is true with the slight lean of the tree. Mr. Eggleston said the tree has always leaned a little bit. I'd like to read the statement from the minutes of the zoning commissioner's hearing. Zoning Administrator Petches stated that this is an iconic tree for the neighborhood. This request is being reviewed because it is across the street from a historic resource. He looked at the site in the context of how the tree creates character for the historic resource. There are other iconic trees on the property, including a Monterey cypress and a canary palm. There is value added to the historic context to the neighborhood by this tree. That was from the zoning administrator. Now, the decision against the tree was based on 4 items: fear of taking away development rights, that the tree was in the wrong location, that there was potential pine cone injury to the public, and the integrity of the tree. The arborists, I would feel that if you read the statement in the minutes, Petches stated that he agrees with the arborist that restoring the tree would take away the development rights from the upper lot. I would feel a lot better if he had said that the city attorney said we were taking away the development rights rather than the opinion of the arborist. The pine cones, as I said, there does not seem to be any documented problem in the past with those. The location of the tree was mentioned. The tree could not be in a better location. It's right at the corner of the property. If it was anywhere else on the property, you'd have to build around it, but it's right at the corner of the property. Just a couple more sentences. The owners have now apparently decided not to build, so how could we be infringing on their right when they really don't have a plan in place right now? The tree should be brought back to full health, and any project built there in the future should be sensitive to the tree. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Larry, I have a question.
Yes.
What information do you have that the owners are not building?
They said that at the zoning hearing. They originally had planned to build, but they've subdivided into 2 lots, and they're going to sell the lots. That was what I understood them to say.
Okay, I'll ask Steph. Thank you.
I have a question for Patch.
Yeah, I think Jim's going to come up. Thanks, Larry.
Okay, first, the owner is selling, and they stated that at the zoning administrator meeting. They're not building the units they were looking at first?
You know, I would maybe defer to Chris Wright, who is the project planner, who's here tonight. We could ask him that, but I don't recall that being stated, or was that even a factor in the decision as far as the zoning administrator's considerations, where anybody that comes in on either of those 2 properties, because they're basically adjacent to a historic resource, will require a cultural heritage permit for review. Couple of things that Larry didn't point out. I think he was pretty accurate in some of his summarization, but one of the things that was considered was weighing the impacts of the tree and its location. In the zoning administrator's opinion, it's a great tree planted in the wrong spot. And it didn't take away, in terms of development rights, that wasn't the factor. It's the health of the tree. In order to have a healthy tree, it has to have basically a healthy drip line with no development around it. Based on that circle, whole entry point of that lot for a driveway and access would have been impacted by the tree. From what I could see, the way the lot would have to be developed, there wasn't a healthy way to maintain that tree in a condition that it deserves to be. And then that meant that as that tree grew, that the problems that exist today would only get worse. And that was a big part of the decision. And the other thing that Larry didn't indicate was there was a lot of requirements in terms of mitigation measure. The zoning administrator required 7 trees to replace the existing tree. The canopy width of those 7 trees had to add up to, equal to, or more than the existing canopy of the tree, which I believe is quite large. I think it's around 50 feet or somewhere in that. I forget the exact amount, but it had to be commensurate with it. Also, as we all know, that Monterey cypress is an iconic tree in San Clemente, and the historical property across the way has one very large cypress tree on the property. The requirement was to plant at least 1 Monterey cypress in both locations. There was also a requirement for a soils test for that to be done prior to the planting of the trees, and those soil tests would reveal the appropriate kinds of trees, so whatever we plant would have a better chance of survival in the long term, to guarantee that, that character would be maintained over time. So all those things were considered. Also, another thing to note is that the tree plantings do not require development. There's a time limit with the conditions of approval that the trees have to be planted whether or not those lots are developed.
So there's no landscape plan for that development currently, correct?
No, but there was also brought up by the zoning administrator at the hearing that when those two lots get developed, that there needed to be a quality landscaping that would match the value of a tree that was approximately $30,000 in value.
So if those 2 lots were developed separately, you're saying that this tree would be in a driveway approach, or could the driveway be somewhere else?
For one of the lots, the tree would take up the whole...
The left side?
The left side.
Okay.
But if you did the drip line, and if you know about, how to maintain a tree, you need to maintain the drip line. And such a large tree, that really impacted what you could develop. Even a driveway on the drip line would impact the health of the tree in the long term.
Well, I'm just concerned that if there is a chance that this owner is not developing that maybe we should leave it up to the new property owners buying these lots, whether they want that tree or not. Because we don't know what development's going to be there now. That's what it sounds like to me. And, maybe we should have the owner start maintaining this tree and do methods to start saving it. I mean, the property to the left might end up wanting that tree. I don't know.
That's a perspective if you feel that way.
Before we go too much, a point of order here, the choice before the council is pull this up to agenda.
Oh,
Is
thank
it
you.
or not?
Yeah, we're not debating it tonight, and if more of you had weighed in, but yeah,
Well,
at the
was
point we
gonna
have to have
ask
enough.
your question, but the point-
Oh, yeah, we
that's
don't want to
the
do that.
decision in
We don't
front
have
of
enough
us.
information.
Not to save the tree, but whether we want to pull the item.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
But pulling it keeps the tree for now. They can't do anything to.
Yeah,
unless-
because the tree cannot be removed until a final decision is made. So if the item gets pulled and is heard by the city council, that would delay any action on the tree.
I'd pull it.
Could I ask you a question? So thank you. I did read your letter, Mr. Culbertson, and I also read the one from Georgette Corson, and Jim made time to talk to me yesterday. And so I went back and looked at the report. So it's about $30,000 of tree that's in question here. Was there any conversation, 7 trees could be 7 one-gallon tubs, or even some free Monterey cypress trees, or it could be like for like, you've got a $30,000 tree budget, make it work. The minutes were not clear on what the exact direction was.
Yeah, and that's where the canopy, this idea, you have
So
a...
that addresses the maturity of what you're
Right, so you
expecting.
can't grow, you wouldn't be able to, take 7 one-gallon trees and
call it even.
match an 80-year-old tree's canopy, so it has to be commensurate with that.
And then the other thing is Norfolk pines, are they historic? Are they important in our community's history?
Not that I'm aware of as a historic tree, no. I mean, I heard a fairly rare tree, because they're native of Australian islands, and there's,
Okay.
but I would say in that context, they would be an important, iconic tree in that area. In San Clemente, it's not one of our only handsome pallet trees, I would say.
Okay. So, but the owner could, unlikely, but they could do a Norfolk pine
Cer-
as a replacement? If-
But I would, want to see them planted in a place where that it could grow and mature and not have to be removed,
Got it.
80 years from now.
Thank you.
Jim, I have some questions for you. Between the staff report and what you said this evening, looking at the previous construction alignment, there was a driveway there previously, and this tree is how old now?
67 years old.
Yeah, so I'm not understanding how future development would impact it if existing development didn't impact it over the last 60 years. How is that an issue?
Well, I think that I think that some of the issues that that Larry brought up is that the tree may not have been maintained, in the best condition the way it could have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the tree's health has been compromised. That's why the arborist, rated it as a 5. I think it could be nursed back to health, but I also think that the tree is only going to get larger. It's not fully mature.
Mm-hmm.
And so the issues that exist will get exacerbated as it grows. Could it be, do I think it could be saved? Potentially it could. I think that if you did the right kind of mitigation and things. Some of the things that happen, though, there's a wall that helps support the tree, and the root pattern has been, and this is in the arborist report, has been affected by that. So when you remove that wall, you really compromise the tree. And that's part of the problem.
Okay, the trunk of this Norfolk Island pine is about this big around. The Hawaiians make calabashes out of down Norfolk Island pines. They're this big around. The tree's this far from the street. What Jim said about a great tree in a wrong spot, it's the drip, half of the drip line for this tree is in the street. I mean, so, I mean, if they're not going to build on it, they're not going to spend any money to cut it down, so we're, you know, the point to me is moot. But could we ask Chris if they are going to build on it? What's the update on that?
Tree knowledge is shocking. Hey, Chris.
Hello. So my understanding is that they want to prep the lots, and they haven't made a decision on whether they want to submit applications themselves to develop projects, or whether to sell the lots for someone to propose a project. But they definitely have an intent, one way or another, to do something there, you know, for something to be done, whether it be them or someone else, rather than just sit there indefinitely.
Okay.
You don't, so we don't know, then, is the answer? Yeah, okay, thank you.
But they're right now, the reason why they're requesting this tree removal is because they want to prep the lots. They removed a house. They want to prep the lots so that they have the option to sell or to develop projects.
Okay.
Mr.
I
just want to be careful you're not debating the
We're asking
decision.
questions.
We've been understanding
Clarification
the
questions
decision better,
at
so
this
thank
point.
you for,
Yeah.
yeah, so on that line.
I would like to pull it up,
Okay.
only because I think
Sorry,
there
Kat.
might be other options that we can do, and I would like to hear from the property owners currently.
I'll support
and
that.
then we
I'll-
can talk to them about options.
I'll entertain a discussion on this in the future, so. Do we need to vote on that and get majority support?
It's okay unless three of you want to reject that request, then
Okay.
you
Does
vote
three of you want
no.
to reject that request? Okay, there we go. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Larry.
Do you want to receive and file the balance of those minutes?
I move that we receive and file the balance of the minutes.
Second?
Motion by Brown, second by Ward. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thanks, Larry.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is to consider General Plan Amendment 15-049, Zoning Amendment 14-456, Interim MU 3.2 Zone Design Guidelines.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Christopher Wright, case manager for this project. It includes 3 items: a general plan amendment, zoning amendment, and interim mixed-use 3.2 design guidelines. This process started in February 2015 when the City Council had directed staff to make some changes. And in follow-up to that, there were several meetings at the Planning Commission, and I will touch on the key items. So my focus in my presentation is to provide a broad overview, and then if you want more detail, then I can get into, explain more things. So when you break down the changes that are proposed, there's 3 types. There's cleanup items, there's council-directed changes, and then there's items that came out of the public hearing process through the Planning Commission meetings or property owner requests. The first type of changes are cleanup items, and these were identified through an extensive mapping exercise where we went through the city and we compared the old general plan map, the new general plan map, zoning map, all these different maps that we have, and we digitized them, which really helped to identify a number of things that need to be corrected to make it accurate. And so here's an example of one where there was a general plan amendment adopted years ago for open space to be changed to residential. There's a home on it. But right now, if you go to the general plan map that was adopted in 2014, it shows open space. So this would reflect what's there today. Then the action items tonight are broken into 2 parts. So this first part I'll go into. There are 6 areas of the city that involve council-directed changes for this part. The first is a commercial site at the end of Avenida Pico. Currently, it's neighborhood commercial. The city council directed staff to change that to open space. For a variety of reasons, there's habitat and due to the changes in the abandonment of plans for the toll road connector there. The next is related to restoring some development standards that were unintentionally changed. So it's to restore and correct to bring it back to what the standards were before the general plan update. This is a mixed-use 2 zone in North Beach near Cuyahoga on the east side. The next is a new mixed-use overlay in the 2014 general plan, and the City Council directed staff to clarify what the development standards are, what the intent was. That's off Cuyahoga. Then there were changes in the Peerable Civic Plan on Coronado Lane to change the land use from mixed-use 4 to residential high density. As part of that, staff is proposing a change that would keep the height limit the same. So there would be a height limit to make it clear that there would be no height increase as a result of this land use change. Then the next changes relate to the mixed-use 1 area near El Portal. Staff was directed to remove the mixed-use 1 designation on the west side to change the lots to residential medium, on the east side to change it to neighborhood commercial. And then adjacent to the downtown core, staff was directed to make a change that would allow standalone residential uses. So for some time, the option's been commercial or mixed use. This would also allow the option to maintain or rebuild homes in the area. And that includes the changes, covers those. So now I'll talk about the changes from the review process. So first, this mixed use 1 area that I just mentioned, through this process, a property owner came in and said, well, let me back up. So when this process started, it was understood that all the lots on the west side of the street were under 1 ownership. Staff was informed a couple months ago that one of these lots, the one that's red on the west side, is owned by a different party, and they do not want their lot changed from mixed use 1 to residential. They would like to keep it mixed use 1, and for their corner lot that's shown white there to be mixed use 1. If you were to make all the changes that council had directed to eliminate mixed use 1 except what this property owner wants, it would have spot zoning. So the planning commission, so it's like an island of mixed use 1, nothing around there, and that can't be done. That's not a legal option. So the planning commission supported changing just that lot to neighborhood commercial so that they would have the same zoning on both of their properties, the corner and the red lot there. The next changes came out of a couple property owner requests. They own residential uses. Their homes are adjacent to residential uses, across the street from residential uses. So they're residential neighborhoods right now. And so similar to the area adjacent to the downtown core, there's a change here proposed to allow standalone residential uses to maintain the character of the neighborhood if these people want to do that. The next change came out through some input from the Coastal Commission and the review of another project to add a pedestrian overlay to the CRC area in North Beach. The next change. Yes.
That's the park parcel, correct? Or is
Yes.
So how does that affect a park per se? That's not
It's
the
a
park
community,
parcel?
I'm sorry, it's a community recreation commercial land use designated site. So it allows the option for commercial uses.
So where is the park parcel in comparatively to that?
It's just north of there. Right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The next change relates to this area off Los Molinos. So along El Camino Real, in this area in North Beach, there's a pedestrian overlay and an architectural overlay that requires Spanish architecture. And these lots here, the Planning Commission observed that they're fronting Los Molinos. It's out of character to have those in those overlays, and they're recommending that they be removed because there was part of the general plan process was to have a architectural style that fits Los Molinos. And then the last item came out through a staff recommendation to include some alleys in the overlays. There's a policy in the general plan to encourage enhancement of alleys as another option for pedestrian ways and then to make them more attractive. So that's part of that effort. And that concludes my explanation of part one. I'm here to answer any questions. So at this part, staff is requesting that there's three recommendations, sorry. There's a recommendation to adopt an ordinance for these changes and also include cleanup items throughout the city. And then there's a recommendation to adopt a resolution that would approve a general plan amendment and certification of an addendum to the environmental impact report. And that's it. I'm sorry, those are the two items for this part.
Anybody have questions for Chris? No?
Those things are all good for me. I've got other issues. Shall we hear from the public on this issue before we press on to other issues in this, or shall we just?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
That's a good way to go.
Don't we have to take this phase 1, phase 2?
And I think that, yeah, so we're still in phase 1, so we're going to hear from.
Okay, so, but we won't go to phase 2 until
No.
we're done.
Well, the question is whether or not the comment cards can properly have that separation, you know?
Gotcha.
And so you may want to ask, the applicants what part of the conversation they want to engage in. Is it regarding, El Camino Real, or is it regarding the items we just reviewed?
My questions are in the ordinance itself. The questions I sent you earlier, Chris, right?
I see what you're saying, Tim.
Yeah, it'd be good to separate.
So maybe we should wait on the comment cards then. Because I don't know how we're going to.
I don't know how you could separate
Aside from
it.
interviewing 5 people before they speak, so, yeah, I think we'll wait.
The challenge is do we have public comment, or can I just listen and not say anything, or how does that work? Because we can't necessarily differentiate between the phasing.
Mayor and Council, what I'd suggest is that if people have submitted comment calls, you call on them and indicate that at this point in the hearing, you'll only be accepting testimony on part 1.
Okay.
And then if they want to speak to part 2, they can wait and have a second chance. Suggest you go back through the cards when you get to that point.
Have any of the people that submitted cards been paying attention up to this point with all the confusion? So I have 5 cards here. If you want to discuss the items that were mentioned in this PowerPoint presentation, please step up to the podium. Problem solved. Okay.
All right, that does it.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okey-doke. Questions for staff or comments?
But do you need to open and close the public session?
No, because we're going to.
No, we'll keep the hearing open
Yeah.
and then have part 2 of the
Okay.
hearing.
Are you going to read the resolution?
Same opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have concerns. Yeah.
Well, I'm good with step 1 here. Number 2 is what I want to talk about, the ordinance itself. That's what I want to delve into some depth on that. I got a couple of issues here in the ordinance. It's attachment 7 that we have here. We've got some I'm starting on page 17. It's the pages at the very top, 17. It's actually 7A 254. Yeah. See down there at the bottom where it talks about height limitation? In MU 3.0, we talk about height limitations, and we allow the city council to approve differences in the height limit. On 2 pages over, on page 19, when we talk about MU 3.1, we talk about height limitations, and we need a CUP for those height limits. On page 24, over a couple more, we're back to MU 3.3, and again, we allow city council to make the determination. And we've done that in both ordinances for part 1 and part 2. And I'm thinking we should be consistent in determining those one way or the other. And Mr. Wright and Mr. Petchus have got an idea about how we can do that.
Yes, so.
If you guys think that's a good idea to be consistent there with that, Attachment 7. This is the new one.
floor. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
See?
thank
See?
you.
Should I respond now?
You give us one more minute here,
Okay.
Chris. Thank you.
Sure.
Say that page one more time, 254.
Here, why don't I just
No,
give
I
this
have
to
it, I
you?
found it.
So, for the sake of new employees and new council members and new audience members, I'm going to address Kathy's concern that she's having right now, which is the fact that through this entire general plan process, first off, let me commend staff on such a great report because it was fantastic and very thorough. And it was the best report I've seen yet on the general plan over the last 7 years, Tim. Yeah, great job. Great job. That being said, one of the problems we've had in past, and we had a small issue with it this time, was we got this, so audience knows exactly what I'm talking about. We got this 2 weeks in advance of the meeting so that we could prepare. But one of the things that happened was we got a packet about yay thick. No, I was sticking that to start, wasn't it? No. That's it, completely? Yeah, yay thick, 5 days in advance. And so we've had this continually throughout the history of this general plan where we come down to the crunch and we have to review this information. One of the concerns that Kathy has is attachment 7 happened to be 3 pages 2 weeks ago, and then as of 7 days ago, or 5 days ago, it was 75 pages. And so it makes it very difficult to comprehend this much information in that short of a time period, especially when we're talking about the details and minutiae of this. So I'm hoping in the future we continue with the 2-week trend, which we started with Chris Wright here since he's taken over. So
Yes, apologize for that. We made an effort to get it to you early, but something unexpected happened, and
understandable.
we'll try to anticipate for that next time.
Thank you. So with that, Kathy, on board with the page now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I had to be told it was the new part.
Yeah, exactly.
Should I? Okay. So this sheet that I just had passed out, it summarizes what I'm about to say, and then if the council wants to make these changes, then they can refer to this errata as a solution. And so in response to this specific issue here, what staff's proposing is that we make it clear to get a height exception, you need a conditional use permit, just like the other zone. So in all cases, you would need the conditional use permit. But for these particular zones, because the city council decided in 2014, when they adopted the general plan, that these zones are of higher importance, that the city council should be making the decision when a height exception is proposed for these areas, that we call that out. So for the conditional use permit for these instances, the city council would be the decision-making body.
Bob, good catch. While we're on this topic and while we're discussing the sheet, I saw you added mine on here. So one of the concerns I had, which is the 4th bullet point on this, it's projections in non-residential zones. And if you go back to 7, 8, 10, the beginning, it's in both the new and old one. It talks about, it's the numbers on the bottom in the front of the packet here. 7, 8, 10. Where is it? Okay, so they talk about the heights, the requirements and heights, and then the bottom, third line up from the first paragraph, it says, this excludes architectural roof projections such as towers. So essentially, you have all these height requirements for all these different types of elements, and then when it comes to towers, I think we all have one tower in mind, there is no height requirement or height allowance. And so, talking over staff, they feel, and I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that no tower element should protrude over 10 foot of the maximum height of the structure. So that way you still get an opportunity for tower elements and things of that nature, but you don't allow an example like before where you have an element that's 52 feet and the rest of it's 28 feet. So if everybody's comfortable with that. I just want to make it very clear so that in the future we don't have anything slip through the cracks that we had in the past.
Now, can I get some clarification? So is our understanding that this would extend to architectural projections, not just towers?
I like the way that you
But
said, the way you wrote it here was, yeah.
Does that accurately reflect what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you wrote it much better than I said it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then you accepted flagpoles, because God bless America.
Figured that would not be popular if we said it can't be 11 feet taller.
I got one other question. Well, a couple more questions, Chris. we talk about on page 78-9, at the bottom of the page here, where it says general plan policies,
Yes.
that's number 2 there.
Yes.
Standards should be flexible and achievable to encourage investment. Really? Do we want standards to be flexible? Or do we want them to be a little less flexible? I mean, if we're going to change standards, once they go in here, to my way of thinking, they're not flexible anymore, because we've got them written down. So I get your point, but then I don't get the point of saying that. Did that come right out of the general plan?
No, I think that's more, this sentence is more focused on the next part, because there's
Yeah.
a whole list of...
Let's save that for the next part.
Design challenges, and so the sentence really gets to a lot of input that a lot of conversation we had with the Planning Commission to balance several issues along South El Camino Real, which is part 2. And so that sentence really gets to balancing those different issues. And I can explain that.
I get that, but I hate to have somebody come to me in 10 years and say, flexible standards? Why'd you?
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah,
I think
please.
we need to reserve that conversation until we get to round 2 because of where it's located in the, see what topic it's under. So,
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
so I want to have the conversation as well, but I don't think this is the time.
Several issues were considered. We don't say that in part 1?
No.
We don't say that?
I didn't say
Sorry
that,
about
no.
that. I missed that, Chris. Thank you. I missed that. Thank you. All right, the other thing I want to talk about are setbacks. We've got no, that's in part 2 also. All right, I'll be quiet about that, too. All right, what I would
If you
like...
want me to leave, just say so. Just come out with it. And,
No, what I do want to hear, we talk about, when are we going to talk about non-conforming structure, driveways, parking issues? Refresh me on that, Jim. You told me that a couple of weeks ago. Refresh me when we're going to hear about that, because I think that's going to be an important next discussion here.
It's in our, kind of our, we're continually bringing in more and more amendments to make the zoning ordinance comply with, or consistent with the general plan. The next wave of amendments to the zoning ordinance will consider that aspect. You've already directed us previously to look at that in our next amendment process.
So I'll write down soon for that one. And then east of El Camino Real Heights, when are we going to talk about that?
Tonight.
Tonight.
That's round 2.
That's round 2 also.
Round 2.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Before we get on to round 2, I want to talk about the architectural overlay for the Peerball area. Is that appropriate for round 1, you think?
Yes,
Okay. So, I don't know if we have a map of that.
I do. I have just about everything for you.
Perfect.
Just a matter of opening it.
Okay. Thanks.
Did you want to show everything, or just the... Actually,
Architectural overlay, remember we talked about making it more
yeah.
consistent. So while he's pulling up the map, one of the things that jumped out at me in the 300 pages of maps that I got was that our architectural overlay, specifically in the Pier Bowl, is very, I guess, hodgepodge. It looks like it's drawn by a 3-year-old, and it encompasses certain properties and not others. And the one thing that jumps out is most of the development that's happened in that area has had to be Spanish architecture, whatever term you want to use in there, because there are so many historic properties in that district. So it makes sense to me that we amend the overlay to reflect that, so that way there's no confusion when you pull this map up at any future computer. So I'm going to step up to the screen here. So if you look in this general area, this is the line here, the architectural overlay line. If you look, it's this property, but not this one, but not this one, so on and so forth. And oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think I have a better, you want
Check,
me
check,
the
check.
other map I showed you? Does it work for
Oh, this
you?
one works great. Yeah,
Okay.
this one's perfect.
Okay.
So Tim and Laura, you guys see this? So basically, the thought is, the pier bowl encompasses this entire range here, right? Where basically it's the brown shaded stuff. And then this is where all the historic properties already exist. And so all the new development that's happened in this area has all been Spanish architecture anyway. So I want to discuss this evening just creating this line and drawing it back up so that it encompasses truly what we expect as a community, because that's what we're already expecting. Because this right now gives the impression that you don't have to have Spanish architecture in this area when you do, because you're adjacent to Spanish architecture currently. Does that make sense?
It does.
So.
And so, but for example, I think of the building that was just built right in front of the pier, and it was all in a Spanish colonial. Was that at their discretion, or did we orient them in that direction?
They're required to do that. So, can I refer you a page in your packet? That will help too.
They're actually in the
There's so
district, Tim. The line is different because they have multiple districts that they have to adhere to, but they're in the district. So it already includes that.
Page
No, they are.
202? 202.
So if you look here.
So it's attachment 6, it's the
Architectural,
general
it's
plan
coastal,
amendment, the
and it's
tab
commercial.
general plan amendment, page 202.
Because they have more
bottom
stuff they
right.
apply to. That's what the A is, architectural inside. Yeah. This map is showing
It's
lots.
this
of
Okay,
map.
this matches, though. We have a match.
It's this map right here on the left.
Yeah. So
It really just limits it to where the overlay, I think it would help to.
Tell me what page that is again.
It's page 202, this one right here on the left,
Is it 202 page on the bottom or 202 on the top?
on the bottom. It says Exhibit C at the top right.
Yeah, it's already in there. So what I explained to Bob, Tim, that you missed, is if you look in that new development in the Pier Bowl that just happened, it says MU4ACZ, and those are all the overlays that are included in it. So it's more restrictive than the other. That's why it's different colored. I learned this today as well. Don't think that I'm an expert in this like Bob is with trees.
Sounds impressive.
Yeah. So,
Stand fine with your idea?
But doesn't that black line, and that delineates the Pier Bowl specific plan area, right?
Yes.
Well, that contains an awful lot more things besides architecture, does it not?
It does.
and I'm not looking to change those. All I'm looking to do is change the architectural overlay line to expand to basically what it is.
Okay, so you don't want to include those in the Pier Bowl specific plan area?
No.
You just want to include those in the Spanish architecture overlay?
Yeah.
But that was going to be one of my questions. When will we see the Pier Bowl specific plan update? And how does that decision, does that then mean that the specific plan has new boundaries? Or it'll stay as it was in 1994 or 95, whenever it was last looked at?
The Pier Bowl specific plan will be done in a...
Next year?
It would go along with the land use plan, because there's a conversation that we would be having with the coastal commission, because it's in the coastal zone. And so it aligns with that process. So that is a specific plan update that would be later in the process. There's a number of specific plans that we need to update. That would be one of the specific plans that it's a little bit later in the process, because it's in the coastal zone. And there's other things that we have to address. To answer your other question, there's no plan to change the boundary of the Pier Bowl specific plan, and this change that's suggested would not affect that.
Would not affect that?
No. So I think it was just a matter of timing, whether to make this change as part of this project or in a later amendment. That's the conversation we had. We didn't notify the property owners that this change would be made as part of this amendment. So if this is of interest to the council, consistent with previous practice, if we're directed, we could come back and include that. Or we could do it as part of a separate process, which is what staff recommends that we do it in another.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. Absolutely.
No.
I just wanted to bring it up tonight since we're going to be discussing it, so. Okay.
I don't think, we don't have a rush to do that, so whenever you can fit it in, we'll make it part of it. Thanks.
Although, as you point out, there's, 7 specific plans. I'm
Yes.
hoping Pier Bowl is one of the lead ones we look at, because for whatever reason, I was reading it the other day. And, you know, there's a viewing pavilion on the pier that's called for, there's a second restaurant, there's all sorts of things in the specific plan that, you know, 20 years ago may have sounded like a good idea, but 20 years has passed.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yes, that, of all the specific plan updates, that's where, that one's going to involve the most work. to
And my
update.
final point on that is without the redevelopment agency anymore, it's all the more reason to make that one of your earlier, you know, if you're setting the priority for which specific plans you're going to do on your Saturdays and Sundays, that one should be at the top of the pile.
You want to comment on that?
Yeah, all the specific plans are a priority, and we have to get it done in order to complete the LCP, so it's within the time frame of the LCP. But it's the hardest one. They'll have the most public involvement, so it's going to lag behind what I call kind of the slam dunk ones, like some of the ranches that don't have a lot of changes, you know, so knock on wood, right? But those should be fairly quick and easy to do, so we'll do those first just because it's easier and less involved. But we'll start working on the Pier Bowl specific plan right away. And you're right, Lori, there's a lot of things in that specific plan that no longer apply because the redevelopment agency's gone and those improvements don't even make any sense anymore. So we'll be updating the whole thing as part of that effort. But as you all know, when you get into the Pier Bowl, there's a lot of involvement and people care a lot about that because it's one of the jewels of the community.
Jim, the focus areas that we had for the general plan, don't the specific plans go in order of how those were rated in the general plan through GPAC? I thought the North Beach area was rated as the #1 focus area. I thought, that's what I remember from the GPAC.
I don't remember the focus areas having ratings. They were all, you know, clearly the focus areas of the general plan.
Okay. Can we look at that? Because I kind of remember through the GPAC meetings that there was like a survey or something taken of what was the #1 area, focus areas. And I really thought North Beach got that designation.
Well,
So can we check?
North
minutes
Beach
or-
is an implementation measure of the general plan, so we're supposed to look at doing a master plan or a specific plan for North Beach. But that's a bigger effort because it doesn't exist. We're not just updating it, we're starting from scratch.
No, I get that, but I
Yeah.
thought that the #1 thing that we were going to do next was, you know, a specific plan for North Beach. That's what it's waiting for. But I also
And-
thought that that went by focus areas, because, you know, all of these areas were in the, you know, the new focus of the general plan.
That's a good point, and annually, we're going to go, and this is coming up in the beginning of next year, in January, it's kind of goes along with the budget process. We'll be coming to the city council with all the implementation measures of the general plan, and ask you once again to reevaluate those implementation measures and to prioritize them. So that would be the time to tell us, you know, hey, yeah, looking at all of them in totality, you know, that's an important one. Surely, you know, you can bring that up and make that a priority for staff.
Yeah, I would assume that because it doesn't currently exist, that it wouldn't be required, though, for the LCP. So, I mean,
Right.
and so are we looking primarily at high priority items is what it's going to take to get our LCP put into place?
Yeah, there's already implementation measures that we're in the process of doing, and that includes the zoning and specific plan updates. You've already directed us to do that work, we're doing it now.
In process for that, and so, okay.
Before we move this item, I want to just bring up the Community Commercial 2 zone that's proposed for the existing hospital site, which allows a variety of non-medical related uses, and directs staff to identify a zone for the property that is specific to the hospital use and amend the general plan consistent with a hospital zone. So if I can get some consensus on that, I think that'd be a good direction to start taking.
I will support that direction, and is it clear to staff what's being asked?
It is.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So any approvals tonight would not include the parcels that are zoned
Community commercial.
community commercial?
Yes, so what that would involve is, so part 1 here, if you go to part 1. Page 212, go to 212. The council would make a note that does not want to act on item number 1 in that table.
You need to include that in motion.
Okay.
Item #1. What table is that?
Exhibit A.
That's Exhibit A.
That's number 3 on the list.
It's number 1. Number 1 at the top page.
Is that regional commercial?
So it was regional commercial,
Oh, that's right.
and so it just would make it clear that that no changes would be adopted as part of this process, which is what was just noted.
As long as it's clear.
It's clear?
Yeah, perfect. I'll let someone else make a motion, yeah.
Do you need a motion for that?
It'd be part of the motion.
Oh, okay. I'll let-
The zoning.
Do you want me to go ahead? Okay. Then with that, and if there's no further questions for staff, then I move that we adopt Resolution 15-47, titled Resolution, the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, certifying addendum number 1 of the Centennial General Plan Environmental Impact Report, adopting amendments to the General Plan Land Use Map, and adopting General Plan Amendment 15-049, excluding amendments related to the MU 3.2, NC2, and NC3 land use designations, as well as the aforementioned...
The errata included in today's report.
Oh, the errata also included in today's report, as well as the aforementioned Community Commercial 2 zoning designation for the hospital site, and boundaries of the CRA overlay. And number 2, introduce ordinance 1609 entitled...
Okay, sorry. No, continue.
Okay. 1609 entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting amendments to the zoning map of the City of San Clemente and adopting zone amendment 14-456, excluding amendments related to the MU 3.2 zone, NC2 zone, and NC3 zone, and boundaries of the CRA overlay, as well as, again, the Community Commercial 2 that we discussed in the hospital, as well as including the errata. Is that clear?
Yeah, Mayor, can I just confirm with the city clerk, we've gone through the errata, and as you have, we've tracked those as exact text in the ordinance with the amendment on page 212 that was referenced to the community commercial zoning. I think we've got it, Joanne, right?
Chris read them all into the microphone.
It's specific text in the ordinance. I just wanted to make sure, because this is first reading. I think we've got them all.
Okay.
And Joanne's confirmed. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. That's my motion.
The only thing I will say, I don't think we added the amend table 17.24.080B, so there we go.
Then on both of those, 1 and 2, I would make that amendment. Could you read it one more time, please?
Yeah, amend table 17.24.080B.
As stated by Mayor Ham. And
Okay,
that is my
motion by Brown, amended motion, seconded by Baker. All's in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thanks, Chris. How convenient. Tim gets to step out again, 2 weeks in a row.
I'm sorry, I'm recusing myself on the next item because I own property within 500 feet of the subject matter area.
All right, Mayor, Part 2 includes items on South El Camino Real. So looking at this graphic here, the red areas are neighborhood commercial on the east side of South El Camino Real, and then there's the purple areas are the mixed-use 3.2 zone. That's where a lot of the discussion has happened since this process started. So, starting with the mixed-use 3.2 zone, as part of this project, the zoning amendment adds development standards to be consistent with the general plan. When we started this amendment process, the City Council gave staff direction on a number of items. And the main item relates to height. And staff was directed to limit the height of buildings along El Camino Real to 2 stories. Currently, you can do 3 stories with a maximum height limit of 45 feet. We are told 2 stories. Along the alley side of the properties to the rear, we were directed to that it would be okay to allow 3 stories. So going from that process, the Planning Commission considered a number of items to reach a conclusion on this. There's a policy in the general plan related to ocean views from the freeway and minimizing obstructions, so they considered that. They considered that the intent of creating this mixed-use 3.2 zone and the increased density in the general plan for this area was to attract investment in the area, so it's balancing that with the size of the buildings and the concerns that the council had when we started this regarding the massing of these buildings. And then it also is, there's a residential area across the alley. So it's having a transition, a comfortable transition in the size of these buildings with the residential behind them. And so factoring all those issues in, topography, and that are all disclosed in your report, they came to conclude this. So there's in the code, there's 3 height limits for this zone. The amendment would include a 33-foot plate height ceiling, or a height ceiling, to which no point of the building could go over that red line that goes all the way across the property. And that's measured at the front lot line, so measured from relative to the height of El Camino Real. And so the 33 feet came about by studying current construction codes, looking at market trends and whatnot, and that's how we came to that 33 feet. Now, there are other issues that came about through the process related to garages. So the Planning Commission had supported through this process that there was a benefit in allowing side entry garages along these side streets, and to accommodate that where these lots that don't have a big topography change, that in some cases you would need 2 feet of additional height to allow for that side access garage. And the benefit of having that side access garage is to separate the parking patterns, the traffic patterns, and cars going along the alley versus going in through the side street to minimize traffic along the residential. So to accommodate that, the Planning Commission, they had recommended that a 33-foot height ceiling be adopted as part of this, but then you can apply for a conditional use permit to increase that another 2 feet, and you'd have to meet all the standard findings for a conditional use permit, and another finding that you, like if you're going to go over the height limit, more of your project has to be under that height limit. So that overall your project is preserving more of the view than you would if you were to meet the 33 feet. So that brings me to the next standard. So we have a...
Chris, that's an important point. Go over that one more time.
Okay.
And that came from the Planning Commission?
It did. Came
Well,
from the Planning Commission.
while we're stopped here for a second, I just want to commend the Planning Commission for their hard work on this, because there's a lot of detail in here that came from those meetings, and I want to thank them for doing a good job on this. So thanks to the Planning Commission there.
So the standard practice in the city is to measure height as an average, and that's what that purple line is in the middle of the properties. So that would, if you look there, it would allow for a 3-story part of the project. So currently, it's all allowed to be 3 stories. According to this, the 3 stories would be limited to the middle of the lots. And then the last part, there's a blue standard all the way on the alley side. While the city council had directed that it would be okay to have 3 stories along the alley, the Planning Commission really took note in making sure that there was a transition that dropped down to the scale of residential buildings across the alley. So they added another limitation that any part of the building above 28 feet above the alley would have to be set back a minimum of 13 feet from the rear property line. So that's something that they added since the council started this process. Should I keep going, or do you have questions on that?
Yeah, so that 13 feet in the drawing, and by the way, where did this drawing come from? Where, is this something you guys dreamed up? Is this somebody's project? What is this drawing?
This project came about...
No, this drawing.
This drawing, I'm sorry, thank you. This drawing came about through using digital data on the topography of all these properties. So we took all the topography of the properties and we did a cross-section through what we found to be the average lot. We analyzed all the lots, found the average lot. We were directed by the Planning Commission to make sure that all these standards could work. Like what is the smallest building that could be achieved and meet these goals of attracting development along the corridor. That they were trying to balance all these things, and specifically with topography in mind, because that was a big constraint. So we took that topography, and if you look along this drawing, that's this line right here. So using that digital data, we actually zoomed in to that average lot that we found and drew a building based upon our research, talking with the building department, engineering department. We talked to local architects. We talked to other contacts outside the city to get familiar with a variety of issues that would affect a building design. And then we drew this mock-up for you to show you what those assumptions are. So 12-foot ceilings is common nowadays for retail. You have a certain amount of ceiling clearance for material between the floors. 10 feet is typical for office today. You have a little height above that for the roof, and then you have a certain height for the roof itself. So we went through all that, and then we also looked at the mid-level, the split-level garage, and the constraints of, we were asked, well, why do you really need that 2 more feet? Do you need that 2 feet with a conditional use permit? And we were asked to prove that through doing this drawing.
Thank you.
Chris, while we're on this drawing here, explain to me at the rear of the structure in the alleyway, the 28 feet needs to have a 13-foot setback. So at which point the structure meets 28 feet from the floor of the alley, that whole level needs to be stepped back 13 feet? Is that what that's telling me?
Yes, any part of the building above 28 feet.
Above 28 feet?
Above 28 feet would have to be set back.
So technically this drawing is not drawn to scale because that wall should be moved over to where the word planter is, because that's at 28 feet?
The idea of this is, okay, so technically the building could come out here. It's right here. The idea of this is, let's say you drew a line right here, a blue line that went up. That would be what would apply to that. So this part. There'd be no part of the building that could go closer than 13 feet.
Okay.
So you could build a building bigger than what you've got depicted here. You could move the top right wall where it says residential units. You could move that wall another, about 7 or 8 feet to the right, and you could move the residential units wall on the bottom another 7 or 8 feet to the right. Is that correct, or do we require those setbacks in there also?
This level here, the first level of residential units, it could be moved out potentially closer to the property line,
As long as
yes.
you keep it under 28 feet.
Yes, exactly. Now, that brings me to that sentence. You had a concern about that sentence in the staff report.
Flexible.
This gets exactly to this point. So there's a balancing of having very specific standards in the code where you would not have discretion. In all cases, it's 13 feet. Right, that is a very specific standard. There's no ambiguity there. You have to meet 13 feet if it's over 28 feet tall. Versus something like the conditional use permit process or design guidelines, where not every one site is the same. And so you're balancing very specific standards with having discretion to look at the individual constraints and aspects of every different lot, because a project might need to design differently depending on what those constraints are. So they were trying to balance those two competing ends of the spectrum. And that's really what the spirit of that sentence was all about, is allowing for enough flexibility to design around constraints, but then making it specific enough and limiting enough where it's enough. It's enough to work with through the design review process. That was most of the discussion, really.
You want to go over anything else, Buck?
Should I keep going? Please. Yeah. Okay. So then there is.
Chris is just warming up. He's getting into some good.
Okay. Okay. We'll circle back. That's fine. Finish your. I forgot Bob interrupted you in the middle of your beautiful presentation. So.
Okay. No problem.
I thought that was it.
I'll wrap it up quickly. So then there was a confirmation that the standard parking rates should be used, not the more flexible parking standards of the downtown, because this is not like a pedestrian-oriented district like the downtown. There was a discussion about requiring a certain amount of residential storage. There was concerns about storing things in garages. If you were to require a garage door, and they're debating whether requiring a garage door or not debating a garage door. And so the end conclusion was that we would not require a garage door, we wouldn't address that, but we would require a certain amount of residential storage. There was a concern about having setbacks, and so the outcome of this was to require that at least 50% of the outdoor area on the property would be between the building and the alley or the street, so that you could see an open area with landscaping between the building and the street. And then lastly, the Planning Commission thought that they supported the idea of adopting design guidelines for this area for a number of topics to go with the development standards to clarify what the best type of design would achieve some of these goals, like minimizing obstructions of freeway views, and I have examples in my report. So that wraps up that zone. In September, the City Council also directed staff on the east side, the neighborhood commercial side, to get at the height of those properties, because like the Ralph's, the tower on the east side that goes over the height of the freeway, there was a concern that if you were to build up to the height limit there, it would also block ocean views. So we were asked to look at that, and staff is recommending that a limitation be added on those properties, that you cannot go over the level of the freeway if it's going to block ocean views. And if you can't block ocean views, then you can apply for a use permit to go up to the height limit of those properties. And the last item is a cleanup item. It's clarifying the intent that we understand of the City Council to have the architectural overlay go up to the freeway, from the downtown to the freeway. And that concludes my presentation.
Before we have questions of staff, let's open the public hearing, hear from the public, and then be on our merry way. So we have a large amount of cards this evening to hear from people. So if you haven't spoken before, you're going to step up to the podium. We have 3 lights for you, green, yellow, red, and a timer to give everybody 3 minutes so everyone has equal opportunity to speak. And if you could cue yourself for the next 3, it'd help along with the process. So the first person is Evan Weiss, then Michael Luna, then Nick Buchanan. So Evan. Evan? No Evan? Okay. Evan lost his shot. Michael Luna, Nick Buchanan, and Chuck Krolowski. I hope I didn't ruin that one.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, my name is Michael Luna. I'm a resident and business owner as an architect in San Clemente. After a 5-year effort to establish the new general plan, many recommendations for the MU 3.2 have been largely discarded. The new MU3 zone was envisioned to create vitality through incentives via density and pedestrian activity, a destination instead of a tired state of these properties. While the changes to the general plan you are contemplating may sound like good ideas item by item, it is when you apply them in totality, along with all other standards, ordinances, guidelines, etc., that you end up far from what GPAC envisioned here. My studies have shown that if you adopt all of these new restrictions, you will end up not being able to exceed a 0.75 floor area ratio, given the parking standards, etc., and height limitations, half of what GPAC recommended. It appears that the MU 3.2 incentives and density and potential business on South El Camino Real are being traded for the new fort on the hill, what I also call, in this case tonight, Fort Knox. Without incentives, your landowners will not be able to compete with that mall. As for building heights along South El Camino Real should be utilized and enjoyed by our citizens and not by freeway passerbyers. Finally, as for parking criteria in the MU 3.2, utilize the MU 3 parking standards as utilized and implemented throughout the rest of the city, since many will be on foot from Southwest San Clemente. Finally, as a practicing architect in our town, I hear it often from many of your property owners. They say, I would rather just keep my property as it sits, rather than to subject themselves to the constant changing of the rules. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I got to ask you a question. What is Fork on the Hill? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the new fort, the new mall in town.
Fort, F-O-R-T?
F-O-R-T.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Fort Knox.
City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I just wanted to pass those around. Obviously, I'm here this evening as an affected property owner who bought a property based on the general plan. This evening, I'm specifically here to address the general plan and the zoning amendments that we had to talk about tonight. I live in the south end of town and drive up South El Camino Real to work every day, stopping most days at Zebra's Coffee. I personally have felt that this particular portion of town is a little abandoned and is in need of a little TLC. And so when I watched the general plan approval process, it was pretty lengthy, and I watched the Planning Commission vote on the general plan in 2013 and the city council members' sentiments on that, I actually, personally as a resident of the city, decided to put my money where your mouth was and invest in the property. I bought an old gas station site that has been abandoned since the 1980s, so it's been sitting vacant for more than 30 years. I thought the incentive that the GPAC and city created by allowing developers to build 3 stories and 45 feet if they built a mixed-use project was a great way to incentivize investment in the area to bring housing and exciting new retail opportunities to South El Camino Real. The city of San Clemente has a reputation of being tough to get projects approved in, but when both the Planning Commission and City Council unanimously approved the Centennial General Plan, I thought that you broadcast a very clear message to the development community that this is exactly what you wanted. So I closed on the site after meetings with city staff, and I hired Michael Luna to help me design a beautiful project, Spanish colonial project, with 7 residential units and a good amount of local neighborhood-serving retail space. The project that I designed, which is being passed around, is 100% compliant with the city's general plan and with all the city's codes. Obviously, the zoning is being updated to bring it into compliance with that. And the city signed an ordinance when they approved the general plan that they would bring it into compliance in a speedily manner, and that was in February of 2014, more than 20 months ago. Not only that, after meeting with various members of the city council and staff, I changed the project design from 3 stories down to 2 stories because of feedback that I got about El Camino Real. So I dropped their height. Without belaboring the point, I'm here tonight to specifically address some of the zoning recommendations. The city has stalled the project. I've been working on this for over 2 years, preventing it from being heard while we've worked on these zoning changes and general plan amendments. I've continued to be flexible and changed my design. There's been a lot of talk about protecting the views from the 5 freeway, and it's been used as a justification for reducing the height from 45 feet down to 35 feet, when in reality, and I'm okay with 35 feet. I've made adjustments to my project to achieve that, but the 33 feet, the additional 2 feet is not perceivable to a motorist, but it makes a huge big difference for someone inside the project, because it's the difference between having marketable 8.5-foot ceilings as opposed to 7.5-foot ceilings, which is kind of more appropriate for a hobbit. The city's own EIR studied the impacts to the area, and they felt that at 45 feet, they determined that the views would not substantially, full build-out, would not substantially alter scenic vistas in San Clemente. I wanted to go through a few more of these, but I guess I've run out of time. But I wrote a letter which I submitted. Obviously I'm objecting to both the height, the setbacks. I feel that they're arbitrary and capricious. I think that the city, especially in a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood like this, where you're putting neighborhoods serving retail adjacent to homes, like you've got Ralph's, coffee shops. This is a neighborhood. This is where people live, as opposed to a destination like downtown. This is where we should be using our own mixed-use parking requirements. Again, I'd like the City Council to stand behind the spirit of the general plan and allow us to build something we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Chuck K., Tom Delahook, and then Rob Conrad.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Chuck Krulikowski. I represent Mr. Buchanan. I submitted a letter to the city today. I have extra copies here if you don't have them, but I believe you did have them, but I have extra copies for the record, just so they're part of the record. When the city adopted the Centennial General Plan, they said, we want people to come to the city and build mixed-use projects in a rundown area of the city. Let's revitalize this area. The city said they they made findings that this is the box that we want developers to look at in terms of investing their money and building these products. Mr. Buchanan comes along and says, okay, here's the box that I can build in. I'm going to do less than that. I'm going to talk to city staff. I'm going to go from 45 feet to 35 feet. I'm going to make all these concessions to build a box that's smaller than what the Centennial General Plan allows. That was based upon what staff was telling him to do. Then we go to Planning Commission, and based upon direction from the council, you now want to make that box even smaller. Here's something that wasn't pointed out. At the Planning Commission meeting, which I've been to several of them and written 3 prior letters, the vote was tied, actually. It was a tie vote. Half the planning commissioner said, let's just do 35 feet for this MU 3.2 zone. The other half said, no, let's do 33 feet. And the compromise that they came up with was, well, let's allow 33 feet, plus we'll come back for another CUP for 2 more feet. Let's not have more hearings, more bureaucracy. Let's make it 35 feet. Let's make the height a standard. I know Councilman Baker talked about, let's set standards. Let's set that standard. Let's set it at 35 feet and do away with this conditional use permit option. It's just going to create more issues, more public hearings, more people trying to fit in certain things. With respect to the setbacks, there's no reason to, again, the point of this Centennial General Plan was to bring people to develop this area, to revitalize it. And when you start shrinking that box, you're not going to have anybody who's willing to do this. Mr. Buchanan has spent 2 long years navigating through this process alone. He's the only one. There's nobody else who's even trying this right now. So when you think about what you want for this area, which was actually set forth very clear in the environmental impact report for the Centennial General Plan, the goals and policies was to attract this new development. Think about what you're looking for. Do you want this area revitalized? Do you want to make this box the right size where it will attract people to come and develop what they should be developing? And my time is up. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Tom, Rob, Conrad, and then Jennifer Blake. Say Bob. It says Bob. Thank you, Bob. I didn't think there was a Rob out there, but
Okay.
my fault.
I'm Tom Delahook. Nancy and I have lived in southwest San Clemente for 38 years, and we were excited about this plan of mixed use that would attract some development in this kind of blighted area. And we were pleased to see, we went to Planning Commission meetings, and we were pleased to see the plans that Mr. Buchanan presented. And we were very surprised that the rules kept changing in the middle of the game, and he tried to modify to fit the new rules. And then now they're being modified again to make it to the point where maybe Mr. Buchanan won't be able to proceed. And I think this is a big mistake to have the rules changed so often and to scare away people that are trying to do the right thing in that area. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Bob, sorry for the Rob comment. I didn't think there was a Rob Conrad in town, but I misread it.
No worries.
Yeah. And then Jennifer Blake's our last card.
Okay, Bob Conrad, Conrad Realtors. We're located 50 feet from the project. For years, we have watched this vacant property sit idle, seemingly without any chance of being developed. Through the years, many people have come into my office smiling, saying they're going to buy the property and develop it, and they disappear. They're gone. They just realized the hurdles they had to jump over to get that project off the ground. This has been going on for about 45 years. The gas station was not pretty, but either was the rundown, dilapidated building that was finally torn down, which has now become the eyesore of a vacant parcel. The gas station quit operating a year or two after the oil crisis of the early 70s. To put in proper perspective, I was 19 years old when I moved into the office building we are in today. I am now 64 years old, and you can be the judge which has changed more, the lot or me. So anyway, we have the opportunity to have Nick develop this parcel into a gorgeous building that will be a real benefit to our part of town, which gets very little opportunity to change. This side of town is as important as Del Mar, the north side of San Clemente, to many of us. When Nick bought the property, it was understood that the limit was 45 feet. Then it was down to 35 feet, or that's what he thought it was going to go down to, and then rework it down to 33 feet. This makes absolutely no sense. I'm of the opinion nobody in this room would want to be treated that way or should be treated that way. The amount of time and money that has been spent trying to convince the leadership that this is a good project is unconscionable. I, as a next-door neighbor, knew it was a good project from the get-go. If the extra 2 feet drop from 35 to 33 feet is caused by one lane on the freeway having a smidgen of ocean view taken, that is a ruse. The one lane that would be affected has an on-ramp and an off-ramp that needs to be navigated. No one in their right mind is going to be staring at the ocean view with all that action going on. It's too dangerous. The ocean view is completely blocked from freeway by the new outlet center, churches, motels, other type buildings, sound walls, hills throughout San Clemente. If this is a just reason to down a very viable project, then I am appalled. Keep the 35-foot height limit. It is a drop of 10 feet from the original limit and is a good compromise. A project has to make sense, and I feel what Nick says, he needs that 2 feet. He does need it to make it a viable project to lease and sell the properties. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our last card is Jennifer Blake.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I represented Mr. Buchanan in the purchase of this property over 2 years ago, and we delayed the close of escrow until the new general plan was approved, thinking that we had everything set and everything was ready to go and he could move on with his plans. Since then, that's not been the case. He's had an uphill battle to fight ever since then. I would really like to ask that you consider the owner and the financial situation that you have, the city has put him in, and the delays. It's not fair. We came in with a general plan approved and a plan that we thought we could work with. He has reduced his height limit to try to accommodate the view or whatever they're trying to say from the freeway, which is ridiculous. It's a great plan, and I think it would be a great improvement to that end of the town. And I would just urge you to consider all the positives that the project would bring to that area. And I appreciate your consideration in helping him. Thank you.
With that, I'll close the public hearing.
Yeah, I just want to make a point to all the folks watching at home and other folks here. We are not specifically discussing this particular project this evening. This is not the subject of our discussions. We don't have a staff report on that. We're talking about the entire plan this evening. That encompasses this area. I don't want anybody to think we're talking about this project tonight, because we are not. So.
Okay. Mr. Wright? Yeah, questions for staff?
Questions?
Okay, so Chris, I'm on page 7A11, which has your visual, and the height ceiling, I appreciate the hard work, the 45 down to the 35, then to the 33, but I honestly feel like this 2 feet conversation is what gives government a bad name. The idea that if somebody wants 24 inches more of ceiling room in their home, they have to jump through all of these hurdles, or their place of business, wherever it's going to be distributed, for 2 feet of variance. It troubles me deeply that a 24-inch decision would trigger a CUP. I mean, I've seen other triggers for CUPs where it's like, yeah, that's good. That's saying this isn't situation normal. Let's take a look. But I'm wondering if you can talk to me a little bit about that. Because it just feels like agony in terms of the process to get the extra 24 inches. The comment that was, if you're in the house, that makes a lot of difference. If you're on the freeway, not so much. That was specific to a project, not to what we're deliberating about tonight, rings true to me. So can you talk to me a little bit about the idea that a CUP would be needed for 24 inches of extra space, vertical space?
Sure. We talked with the Planning Commission at several evenings regarding whether it should be 35 feet or 33 feet, and then this conditional use permit option. And the Planning Commission ended up siding with having it more restrictive as a baseline, and then if you want 2 more feet, then you need an exception. That was something that the Planning Commission directed staff on, and so that's why it's before you this evening. And so it's really a matter of whether the City Council wants to go through that process or just allow the 35 feet, and that was debated at length by the Planning Commission. Maybe the City Council has a different opinion, but that was the outcome of where they ended it. That's what their conclusion was.
Well, and when we get to making a motion and have the conversation, I'm not going to be supportive of this because I'm a big fan of small government, and the idea that we're asking anybody to come in for this small of a nuance on a building troubles me deeply. So when we get to the part where we're talking about it, I think the CUP trigger for 2 feet is not appropriate.
Well, I think, Gloria, I think we're talking about it right now. So.
Okay, so I'm weighing in.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay. So what is your proposition in place of that?
My proposition is that the adjustment, and I'm not the expert, you're the expert, but that it goes back up to 35 feet and all this language about, suitability of type of intensity and, to impact ocean views from the freeway is, if someone said to me, we've got this ridgeline concept where we're not building on the ridge because the ridge is a treasure, and so we're taking that concept to the ocean is a treasure, so we're never going to build to, out of respect to the ocean, I could maybe get excited about that, but ocean views from the freeway, especially on the heels of a conversation we just had that most people are going either to Canada or Mexico, it's like good.
Let me jump in here for a second, Bob.
Please.
So I sat through an awful lot of general plan meetings.
We all did, in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. And while I share your sentiment, I was one of general GPAC members that expressed your concern. Every GPAC member, whether you're a business owner, a resident owner, been in town 50 years, been in town 5 years, felt that it was important to have that visual appearance, that aesthetic when you enter into the community of San Clemente. It's a sense of arrival. You can see the harbor, you can see the coastline, and that was very important across the board, 100%. Well, not 100% because I was the only one who opposed it. So
And
I will
24
say,
inches makes the difference. Okay.
So I'm just letting you know where the GPAC stood, and that was it was very clear that everybody agreed on that point, excluding myself. So there was support. The cross-section that you approved for the GPAC was a very wide cross-section in this community. And to have support like that, I don't think we had support unanimously, minus me, on any other item. So that just gives you an example of how important that was, so.
Yet when it bubbled up to the Planning Commission, the vote was different, so.
Well, Chris, can we talk about that vote? Wasn't that a straw vote? They were taking straw votes, and then it maybe, somebody mentioned that there was a tie, but that was a straw vote, and then the Planning Commission came up with, let's set the height at 33, and then as a compromise, we'll do a CUP if it's needed to go to 35, but there'll be strict standards for that CUP. Isn't that correct?
Well, we had a meeting and there wasn't a clear consensus, and then the direction was let's have a study session where we got in a lot of detail, and all the materials are given to you about that. And after discussing it at length, like this diagram was one of the items that was given at that meeting, then there was a consensus at that point. After that, the consensus was the conditional use permit. So that study session was a key meeting to reach a decision on these items. So no, it wasn't a moment at the Planning Commission meeting where there wasn't clarity on what to do.
Okay.
Well, I'll talk about freeway views just for a second in my experience, because I'm new to California. I've only been here 35 years, but when I came, I was traveling from San Clemente to Los Angeles part of the time, and on that part of the journey, you can't see the ocean at all. And I was traveling to San Diego to be in the Navy Reserves part of the time. And on that journey, you see the ocean for a good portion of the time. And the feeling you get as you're driving down the freeway is much better going south than it is north. So I think protecting the views from the freeway are an important consideration, and I'm glad we've done it. But my question is, the view from the freeway seems to be, it's not the same for all these lots. I mean, did we calculate, did somebody stand out there on the freeway with poles and say 33 feet on this lot, 34 feet on that lot, 35 feet on that lot? Is that what we're going to do for a CUP process? Because a picture I saw of the roof line of some certain project depicted showed that it still had the ocean view in the background. Now, I don't know how high that roof line was. I don't know whether it was 33 feet, 35 feet. I don't think it was 45 feet, but it could have been 38 or 40, I don't know. But, I mean, did we do some detail and find out exactly what height blocks a view from the freeway?
Short of hiring someone to do a computer-generated model, which would be expensive, what we did was we drove the corridor multiple times and videotaped it. We looked at the topography of the lots and tried to anticipate, based upon the topography, if you were to build up to the height limit, which lots would likely impact views and which ones wouldn't. What we found is roughly, I think it was about a third of the lots.
Can you show us on one of these maps how that kind of worked, Chris? Can you?
Yes. Let me get out of this here and go in here. So first we started with the aerial photo. These are all the...
What page are you on in the map book here?
This is the study session map book, so the top page would look like this with the aerial photo on it.
Okay.
So first we identified the different lots to keep track of what we were looking at through the corridor. And then, like I mentioned, we videotaped the corridor from different angles. What we left with, if you go and you take a look at Google Maps, right? You can do the street view where you're driving through. Well, it's very deceiving. If you were to use that, because they have a boom camera very high up on the car, and we considered that. So what we did was we took our own video through the city car, and we were paying attention when we were driving. We had somebody else do it. And we drove it multiple times, and then using that video, we took the best we could frame by frame and try to anticipate based on this other map that I have in that packet, this topography map that I did, showing the topography of the lots and trying to anticipate if you were to do up to the 35 feet, would you likely see the project or not? And it's deceiving. There's a lot of conversation about this subject because there's, in some cases along the freeway, here I'll just go to this one. So in some cases along the freeway, there's buildings that obstruct the ocean view. In some cases there's foliage that obstructs the ocean view. In some cases there's a berm that obstructs the ocean view. And then the alignment of the freeway changes where you start going closer towards the ocean and away from the ocean. So there are all these things that we had to factor in. And based on that, what we found is that the lots, don't hold me to this, but the lots roughly around this area, so that's what's identified as the B block and the C block right here. And then I think it were some lots over here. Of the mixed-use 3.2 lots, those are the lots that would be most likely to affect ocean views. Doesn't mean a guarantee that the other lots wouldn't. It's just that's our best attempt to quantify which lots have potential.
So the F, G, and H lots down on the southern side don't affect the ocean views?
I'm sorry, what?
F, G, and H?
G and H down here?
F, G, and H?
They are not likely to affect ocean views there because there is a berm right here, and we get to this side, if you're looking out, you're looking at an angle usually when you're going southbound.
Right.
So if you look at that angle, there's a berm, like right when you get to be about here, that cuts off the ocean view. So it drops down right here, you start going up, and then it drops down and you start driving closer to the ocean. So if you were to take an area where the ocean view is the least obstructed, it's going to be roughly around here. There's some area, so like if you just look at this map, so the green areas, you're going to see the ocean view less. Here, there's a little clearing, so there's a corridor here where you're more likely to see the ocean view, and then here there's a clearing. So, does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Help clear it up, and I'm not sure, yeah.
But I think it's very difficult to say that how much of a difference the 2 feet would make. I think really to get into that detail in a very quantified way, you'd have to hire someone to do a computer model. That could get expensive. So the Planning Commission made their best effort to assess whether automatically you could do 35 feet, or if you are held to 33 feet, and if you're not in one of these lots where you're likely to impact ocean views, or your project's designed in a way where it's not going to impact views much, then you can get the 2 foot exception.
Well,
that was the conclusion.
Just a thought, what if this were rewritten so it's the 35-foot standard, but these CUP findings are just part of it, that it's 35 feet, assuming that all of these things are, I'm imagining one of your charts where you put the little checks in it, all of these are complied with, so that it's 35 feet, but that's the standard, not the exception.
We wouldn't need the CUP then.
But
Why would
the
you need-
language could, the section could be written saying that it extends to 35 feet, assuming that it's suitable for the type and intensity or...
Unless you don't do this, and this.
Thank you. Yeah. So that it's 35 feet unless proven guilty, as opposed to 33 feet and you're going to have to come in and gravel for 24 more inches.
Well, you were saying that, but there was a reason why they came up with the CUP and the 2 additional feet was to show you actually needed it. 33 was the standard that they set, that they felt that the views were protected more at 33 feet. So I don't understand what you're saying, because we're trying to set a standard, but there's a way to get to 35.
The amount of bureaucracy, I understand the spirit of it.
Well, we could just say 33 feet and not have the CUP at 35. I mean, that's what it could have been.
But we could
and I
also
think the
say
Planning
33
Commission-
feet and then a CUP if you want anything more, which would then open the door to 45 feet. So, I mean, there's a lot of things we could do, but making it fair and equitable and easy to do is
Well, a lot of these lots aren't even going to need that extra 2 feet for an entrance because they don't have any slope.
But I think what I'm hearing from staff is, how are you going to know? We're going to ask the applicant to get a GoPro and drive back and forth on the freeway,
Well, one of the
taking
things they have to
videos,
do
or-
in a view, where a view is expected, is they either have to do story polls or do visual simulations. That's required for any property that we ask if a view is, might be impacted. So that's just a standard practice we do now.
Yes, and that's why the Planning Commission went with a discretionary approach versus having in evaluating each project on a case-by-case basis by them providing simulations and story polls and then evaluating those findings. If it were flipped around, then what I would recommend is that the findings that are recommended for the conditional use permit process would just be part of a different permit, because to develop any one of these properties, to give you an example, every one of these properties to develop, you need an architectural permit, right? So regardless of the 2 feet or not, you have to get that permit to build. So what I would recommend as an alternative is that those findings have to be met to develop a project on these properties. If you're going to keep it at 35 feet, and then you have to meet those findings, that would be an approach that I would recommend instead of,
I could be fine with that.
that's another option.
Say that again, Chris.
So when you don't always need a conditional use permit to develop one of these lots. You always need an architectural permit. So what the council could decide to do is to require that every project, when they seek approval of an architectural permit, has to meet that finding, that additional finding. Should I read it?
What finding are you talking about?
Before you get too deep into that, Chris, I want to talk to this point here.
Okay.
So, I'll give you a minute to think about this while I talk to the rest of the council up here. So, for me, the reason I like the idea with 33 feet and the conditional use permit, Lori, is because unlike some of the numbers thrown out tonight, 45 feet was never anything discussed at GPAC. We never would have approved that, never would have happened in this community. The Rouse project is a perfect example of why 45 feet, it's not even on the plate. So strike that off right off the bat. As far as the 33 and 35 feet go, this isn't a fire sale of San Clemente in our community. It's not the 1960s when we allowed whatever development we wanted. It's not 1999 when we developed the Fort Knox on the hill. That stuff doesn't happen anymore. We have a more informed city council that takes into account the integrity and the heart of the community. And I think 33 feet with the potential, if you can show these things that we're discussing tonight, to go to 35 feet, that's well within right. And I think that's something that we need to do. I think it works. And
it's clear on the minority report on this, but I just think it's asking a normal person to jump through incredibly complicated hoops for the extra 24 inches, and it's so subjective. So I'm arguing for a small government point of view against a question about what the 24 inches is actually achieving in terms of community benefit or traveler benefit.
Well, and so I think my second point that I was going to make is that looking at the diagram that Chris or staff drew up here today, we have the first floor at 12 feet and the second floor at 10 feet. So I went and did some measurements today just to get a feel for what 12 feet, yeah, for what 12 feet is. So for example, the audience out here is sitting, this is an 11-foot ceiling. Does that ceiling feel small to you? Do you not feel a sense of arrival when you walk into this 11-foot room? Could you, sir, Mr. Luna, thank you, I've seen your projects. So 11 feet is significant. We're granting 12 feet, and we're saying 2 feet above that. So aside from this example, the Bartlett building, located on Del Mar and ECR, is a 12-foot ceiling height, and it has facilities below that. So it has sprinkler lines, electrical lines, and things below that height. So it gives you a smaller sense of 12 feet. So that's if they were going to put those materials in that 12-foot space. We're granting a 2.5-foot space between that floor and the next. I went and measured this space that we're sitting in here, and this space is 9 feet 6 inches. Okay? So does this feel small to you? We're granting another 4 inches on top of that. So for me, I'm totally comfortable with 33 feet, and you give the ability for somebody to come in and explain to us why 35 feet is necessary. And I bet there's places that are, because staff took a look and averaged out these lots. So there's places where 35 feet is going to be necessary, and we're going to have the opportunity to look at those and grant those CUPs.
So we disagree.
Yeah, we disagree. That's the bottom line.
We're still on questions.
Yeah, we're still on question 4.
Chris, I want to direct you to page 424 of, I think it's Exhibit 7. Attachment 17, excuse me.
Okay. Okay, 424.
7A 424. Actually, why does that say attachment? Okay. Did you find that page?
I did.
Okay. The bottom paragraph, we're talking about the MU 3.2 zone.
Give me that page again.
424, 424.
So this is the white
bottom
paper
number?
from the Architectural Guild?
Is it?
Is that
Oh, thank you for, all right.
Is that the
Yes.
attachment?
Thank you for reminding me of what that was, because I just now saw it. And it was a part about that in the MU 3.2 zone that we would not preclude residential uses from being on the commercial first floor. So if that's what that says in this white paper, that is not in our zoning, is it? Because I was concerned that
No.
I went to another page, our Exhibit C, which is our ordinance, and it does talk about, okay, page 525. So go to that instead of what I was looking at. It's just something that caught my eye. Page 525, and I know this is a lot of pages.
Okay.
Are you there?
I am.
Okay, number 2, special use regulations for residential and non-residential uses on the same floor. Okay? In MU 1, 2, 3, and 3.2 zones, non-residential uses shall be permitted on the same floor as a residential use subject to the issuance, oh, I see. That's only with the conditional use permit?
It is, and then if you go to subsection C, and you
Okay.
read the second sentence, then that will clarify what the council directed us not to
Okay.
allow standalone residential. So that's
Okay.
that second sentence gets to that.
Thank you very much for
direction.
that. This is just something I saw as we were flipping through. So, commercial is on the first floor?
Yes.
On these units, okay. So, stay in that area, because I have some questions on the tables for mixed use.
Okay.
And that would be in page 522. Let's see. I'll find it. I had it. Wait. 541. Exhibit C, 541.
541, okay.
Okay. On that table for MU 3.2 development standards, it says under floor area ratio, and that's where I'm going to be concentrating on.
Okay.
On this. For mixed-use projects, the floor area ratio devoted to commercial use shall be a minimum of 0.35.
Yes.
Okay. I looked at all the different MU uses, and all the tables said that the minimum was 0.35. So I'm asking you if that is correct, that what we're approving tonight, the minimum commercial FAR is 0.35.
Yes.
Okay, so how would any project go smaller than that?
If they have a lot, let me point you to another, I think it would help just to see what, so let me point you to something that will show you. If you go to page 551,
Okay.
so in instances where there's small properties in the downtown area, this is existing. This exception is existing for our downtown area and for other mixed-use zones. So what it's all about is if you have a very small property, it's going to be difficult to achieve a higher density and meet parking standards, and there's other things that really affect the size of a building that could be achieved when you have a smaller lot. It's harder to get the certain driveway, circulation, and whatnot. So to account for those other constraints, there's this exception that exists that would apply to this zone as well. And it says that if the site is less than 12,000 square feet, and someone were to choose to design their project so it's no more than 1.2 floor area ratio, the entire project, then they could apply to get a lower minimum commercial floor area ratio of up to as minimum as 0.15. They would have to demonstrate that there's a need. And that's something that's been in the code for years.
So, on a smaller lot, you're saying the entire floor area ratio would be 1.2? Because they couldn't get to 1.5?
If it's a small lot, they're going to be much less likely to achieve the upper end of the density that's allowed in this zone. There's a lot more constraints to design around on a smaller lot than a bigger lot. So the idea is that in instances where there's more of a hardship, there's more challenges to design a larger project. So I think this goes back to the original direction staff was given to reduce the size of buildings from 3 stories to 2 stories. And so along with that, this standard, it's consistent with other practices in the city where if someone's going to build a smaller project, then there's a process in place to make it easier for them to achieve that. So if someone goes from 3 stories to 2 stories, it shouldn't be harder for them to do that.
Is there a break somewhere where it changes from 12,000, where it's such a smaller lot? So I wanted to make sure that if someone has like, I don't know, 11,200, is that really considered a real small lot where they couldn't achieve the 0.35? Do you see what I'm saying?
I can't theoretically say that there's an exact threshold. The idea of this process is for the discretionary process, in this case it would be conditional use permit, to assess whether it's appropriate to have that exception.
So every lot that's under 12,000 has to have a CUP anyway to
No.
do a smaller, okay, then you
No,
need to
this is
repeat
if they
that.
want to go from 0.35 minimum commercial floor area ratio, and they want to get an exception to bring it down to as low as 0.15.
Right, that's what I just said. If they need to go below 0.35,
Yes,
they have to get a conditional use permit to do that.
yes.
So they're doing that anyway. So that's what I mean in the point with it, Councilmember Donchek said, if any of these lots are trying to get a CUP and they're smaller than 12,000 square feet, they're already getting a CUP for trying to get less FAR on their commercial, correct? So they could add the
Theoretically,
height,
yes.
the 2 feet to that same CUP?
Not necessarily.
No?
If they wanted to leave the FAR at .35, they could, right?
Yes, absolutely. But what I'm, on El Camino Real, on South El Camino Real, do we know how many lots are under 12,000 square feet?
We
I
do.
think that's,
We
okay,
do.
that's
We have a
something I
table.
did not ask. Yeah, you did, he did do a table.
And it's possible over time, some of these small lots could be merged, so that it's nothing fixed. And merging lots would make it more flexible to design a project.
But these
And
lots
so-
that are small already have something on them also, that's a going concern already.
Yeah, so this highlights the size of the lots. And, excuse me, just 1 minute here. So the average lot size is 8,000 square feet. And, yeah.
So let me just see real quick. The mortuary is only 5,000 square feet lot, but it's 2.5 stories. Because it goes down. Yeah. Well, it's got that little tower thing on the top. So that's odd. Does the mortuary have parking? Parking in the back? I don't, no parking. Okay, so that was built in what year? Long time ago.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'd have to
Okay.
research that.
All right, so I was trying to understand that, because one of my concerns is that what I've been hearing through the planning commission process is trying to lower the FAR for the commercial in order, it seems like in order to get enough room for residential units. And I am concerned about that, but I do understand that if the lot's smaller, it kind of goes down with that. But I am concerned that if somebody's close to 12,000, how do we figure what FAR they could go down to on the commercial? Because we ruled that this has to be a viable commercial area, this zone. So how do we figure that with a smaller lot? How is that calculated? I don't need the
Well-
formula, but,
Well, floor area ratio is based on the amount of building area divided by the lot area. So what the discussion was at the planning commission level was a little bit more nuanced than that. It got into, again, going back to the initial direction was to really limit the size of the buildings compared to what's in the general plan now, 3 stories across the board, to limit the size of the buildings according to the standards proposed, it's 2 stories, 3 stories in the middle, and 2 stories. So it's less density than what was initially in the general plan. And so to accommodate that, staff had come up with a couple different proposals, some options. One option was to go with the minimum 0.35 commercial that's applied throughout the city for mixed-use zones. That's what the Planning Commission ended up going with. The other option was something staff had floated, where instead of the floor area ratio being calculated based on the lot size, it's based on the building size. So that if you have a smaller building, then you can have, it's based on, so you're not penalized to have a smaller building. Because if it's fixed on the lot size and you want to have a smaller building, your ratios are going to be skewed. You're going to have more commercial than residential than if you have a bigger lot. So we discussed that with the Planning Commission, and the end result was they were okay with addressing these small lots with the 0.35 minimum commercial ratio that we have throughout the city, if we also allowed for this exception that we applied downtown. In these instances where lots are smaller and projects could be smaller based on those other constraints that I mentioned. So
this came out of the downtown, this thinking of lowering it. But if it was just commercial on its own, that would be smaller also.
I just back in the 96 adoption of the zoning code, the mixed-use concept first came in, and so it was adopted without this small lot exception. And it turned out when we actually looked at development on those lots, it was impossible to create a 0.35 for the commercial when you threw in the parking and all the other requirements. So we wrote this exception to allow developers to deal with that. So the goal would be on a case-by-case, we would analyze what the maximum amount of commercial could be given all the circumstances. Turns out on those, especially in the downtown, we have a lot of 4,000 square foot lots. By the time you put the parking in and everything, I think the biggest commercial space is limited to about 500 or 600 square feet. And when you look at a 4,000 square foot lot, that's well below the 0.35.
But I remember this discussion in the downtown. Why would we try to let someone do mixed use on such a small lot when it's going to reduce the commercial down to nothing? When it's on a commercial street, such as especially Del Mar. Isn't that our talk that council had with the 1-story, 2-story discussions?
Yes, yeah.
I mean,
similar, it's not the same, but it's similar.
So I have a concern about this with the FAR, the ratios with the commercial and the residential, that these are commercial areas that we want them to be commercial. And if we say, hey, we want you to be able to get to this density for mixed use, it's making the commercial down to nothing, which is what we've seen on Victoria. And I don't want to see that on El Camino. I don't want to see that on Del Mar. These are supposed to be pedestrian, active, walkable areas. So I'm a little concerned with maybe this FAR ratio of how we're figuring mixed use and saying, well, a small lot, you can't get to mixed use. Well, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't be mixed use.
Let me jump in here, Jim, because that brings up a point that I was going to bring up when we get to that. So one of the things that staff and I think Planning Commission looked at was not making this in the pedestrian overlay area. And what that does is that increases parking requirements for commercial areas. In my mind, when I look at this and what I see of what we're trying to do or we're trying to accomplish as a community is encourage growth and development in this area. And I think, well, this doesn't show it, but the map previously, this part of ECR is a very pedestrian, it has pedestrian potential. It's flat, it's nice sidewalks the whole way, all the way to Del Mar, all the way south into town. And so I see it as potentially being a nice pedestrian area. And I think one of the opportunities we have is to allow the pedestrian overlay so that we can increase the commercial FARs and decrease the parking requirements. Now in 10 years, if we have 10 applicants instead of 1 coming in the future, and now parking becomes an issue in this area, we can take a look at that. But right now, that's not an issue. And so I think at that point exactly, this could be a pedestrian area. And if we allow that pedestrian overlay, it decreases the parking requirement and allows a larger floor area ratio for commercial.
But if a developer comes in and wants to build less, say, okay, the .35 commercial, but still tries to get as many units as they can, but they want the decreased parking, that's not a good solution.
No, and that's why, very specifically, it'd be tied to the increase in FAR for commercial. So if you're going to build larger commercial space,
Then we give you some type of a credit.
yeah. And this is something that I think was prior to you getting elected, Tim and I had discussed on the dais before, which is, encouraging business in the downtown zone. Parking is always going to be a constraint. Obviously, I don't want anything like the Fort Knox development happening downtown, but encouraging responsible development. And how do you do that? And the parking waivers is one of those opportunities.
It is. The only concern I have is how do we do that, what he's saying, because that does make sense to me, but I don't want to see spillover of parking onto the side streets. I don't want to see that.
I get that.
So I don't know if, we've looked in this zone, this South El Camino West zone. It seems like we have a lot of red curbs in there, and I think that's for the bus. Have we ever looked at trying to move some of the stops where there isn't so many bus stops?
Well, one of the things that comes to mind and we discussed GPAC and I've discussed with staff prior is south El Camino Real, east side of the freeway, potentially in the future we could move down to 2 lanes. And the reason it's 4 lanes is because that used to be the major thoroughfare through town. We didn't have the I-5 freeway when it was established. So we could increase parking and remove some of those lanes.
Well, one of the things I'm concerned with, and it came up while we were looking at this, is we don't have any sidewalk plan or street plan, and we're adding this mixed-use designation. There should have been a sidewalk plan in place, we know what the sidewalks, or say if we want bike lanes added, because that's supposed to be pedestrian. But if we had that in place, someone coming in now to do these mixed-use projects would be paying into that fund, so we could redo the entire block at a time and make those changes. But we don't have anything in place for anyone to buy into those sidewalks. Dana Point right now redid all of that Lantern District. They've already done their sidewalks and done all the infrastructure, waiting for the developers to come in.
Well, the only thing I will say to that point is ECR has some of the best sidewalks in town, ECR frontage. About lateral, in this area it does, I can't speak for the rest of it. This area, it's very good. And I'm sure with each project development, just like with residential developments, you're going to require complete and up-to-code sidewalks.
I don't think we do require it, right? We don't have any requirement for them to modify the sidewalk because we really don't have any policy in place for what the sidewalk's even going to be.
I don't think that's...
Projects that don't have sidewalks are required to put sidewalks
That
in.
don't.
Sidewalks that have
Right.
substandard, projects that have sidewalks that are substandard are required to meet city standards. But the one thing that I think you're getting at, Councilmember Ward, is that there isn't a consistent plan for sidewalk design throughout El Camino Real, and that was identified in the general plan as a need, and it's a implementation measure of the general plan to develop that. But right now, there's only certain segments of El Camino Real that we have a prescribed design. The main one would be the top of, the T-zone, where we did a streetscape design for that area.
Right, right. So I'm thinking in front of some of these, there's like 3 different colors of red, and
Well,
they all
not
kinda-
anymore, there won't be.
I know, but they all kind of don't meet, and they're covered with
So-
gum and everything, but we're adding mixed use and new commercial, and so all these people now living there, and this is the sidewalk they get,
But you have the ability, when you're looking at discretionary projects, to evaluate the sidewalk and put in design standards as a condition of approval for a project.
Yeah.
But we need to develop like if we want to do new streetscape with El Camino Real or do a road diet and new curbs and new sidewalks, we've got to have a policy in place for that so that these developers can, as people come in, they can be buying into that and help pay for it, is what I'm saying. So that's just something that I thought, I think with the consultant that we had, if they were going to change and add mixed use to El Camino Real, we should have thought more about the street. I know we have, our bicycle pedestrian master plan and all that we have to implement, but it didn't have like a lot of thought to it of how it's going to work. As far as buying in, looks like we're going to be all the citizens are going to be paying for the.
I don't think so. As we look at each project individually, we can require streetscape, we can require sidewalk improvements, and so we'll do that in front of their particular property.
Okay. Well,
so it's not.
Okay. Here's the other thing. With your idea of .35, holding to, keeping that commercial, that would limit some of the, that would then, you would think, would limit some of the units that the people would be building, and yet we would still be giving them somewhat of a parking credit, to help out with that.
Well, no, so the idea
So-
behind it is what I'm saying is,
They're still not building the maximum amount of units, because the .35, the commercial's going to be taking up more space.
and that's what we want.
That we do want that.
Exactly. So what we do is we encourage, .35 is a minimum, and if you go above .35, then we will look at it as a pedestrian overlay and grant the pedestrian overlay parking requirements to encourage more commercial development.
Do you want to talk about any downsides to that? Because I am concerned about spillover into the side streets on parking. And I know the planning commission discussed it, and they didn't want to put in that pedestrian overlay on that.
Well, I got an idea that talks about spillover, and I've, in some of the buildings that you go into, the parking is open underneath. And what that does
Hey, Bob,
is,
before we get down, you think that's addressing the issue that Kathy's talking about?
I think it's talking about parking spillover, yeah. It's
Okay.
exactly talking about parking
Okay.
spillover.
Okay.
That's the whole idea behind it.
Okay.
Because when you go into a building that has an open parking lot, people actually park cars there. When you go into a building that has garages attached, people park cars in there for a couple of years, and then they park on the street and park other stuff in their garages. So if we build mixed-use projects with 5 units in them, or 1, 2, or 3, 4, 5, however many units in them, and they all have garages with garage doors, after a few years, those garages will no longer be filled with cars, they'll now be filled with stuff, so people are now going to spill over park and park on the street. So one of the things we should talk about in this mixed-use stuff is requiring the garages to be open. That storage idea is a very good idea, and I hope we implement that.
You're drifting from commercial, which is what we're discussing, over to residential. I think we're going to get to a residential discussion. 'Cause
Okay.
Per staff, we're going to have 2 entrances. You're going to have a residential entrance and a commercial entrance. So
On some.
that's a residential discussion that we can have. But I think we need to address Kathy's point as we're going
Yeah.
through this. So
What I am concerned about is the FAR for commercial. I don't want to see, the form that I don't want to see is what we get on Victoria, where it's a little teeny office space or something, and there's a curtain on it, and it's just a dead zone. This is supposed to be what I thought I heard in GPAC, when the consultant
activate the
said,
space.
yes, but when the consultant said, would you consider adding mixed use to this commercial area in order to incentivize it? GPAC said, yes, we would, as long as this is mainly commercial, residential's in the back, but the commercial is important, along with the views. They also said that is very important, that's the only way we would do this, 2 stories, so that it does not block the view. So when they said the commercial was important, that's why I spoke up on council when staff came back and said, should this be residential only? And I said, no, that is not what the intent was, ever.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm worried about now, I'm glad staff brought up that this was, came from the downtown, lowering these FARs. I don't think that we should lower the FAR standards for commercial use on this corridor. I think it's a really important corridor. It serves the entire south part of San Clemente, off El Camino Real. And I think that we've got to stick to that .35 FAR. And whatever units someone can get in there with meeting all the other design requirements, that's how it goes. But I am concerned about parking. I think if we could find other ways to accomplish that.
I had a couple ideas.
Okay.
So I hear the direction, I understand, and I've heard that several times from the council about, trying to create this vibrancy with the commercial. And I don't think you really have quite the same limitation as you do on Del Mar with the little tiny lots. There are a couple 4,000 square foot lots there. But I also know that there's a lot of dual ownership of those lots. So I can see in the future the potential of combining being a lot greater. If you're concerned about, applying the same small lot standard in this area versus the downtown, I think there's other ways you can approach it. One way to approach it would be that you could say lots, maybe lower the threshold from 1,200 or is it 12,000? 12,000 down to 8,000 because your average lot in that area is 8,000. So you lower it there so you have a greater percentage of meeting the 0.35. And then when you get below, one way to deal with it rather than limiting it maybe to a conditional use permit, you just say rather than the percentage being based on the lot area below 8,000 square feet, it'd be based on the building square footage. So that would be fair because it also incentivizes people to make smaller buildings. And you say, okay, 0.35 of the building area on the smaller lots is acceptable as an option. And that way you still get the same proportion on the smaller lots of commercial to residential.
That sounds good to me. I still, though, I'm a fan of including this in the pedestrian overlay because we talk about as a council, as a community all the time, making our community more walkable, more pedestrian friendly, and I think this is an opportunity to do that.
And then to address that, that would be a way of incentivizing higher FARs of
Commercial space.
Commercial space.
What would that give us, Jim? What would some of the benefits or not benefits, changes, what would some of the changes be?
But before you address that, let me make one more point to help solidify where I'm coming from with this. So when you look at the more recent mixed-use projects around town, just like Kathy's talking about on Victoria, you have these very small commercial spaces that really serve nothing other than office space, which is not what we're trying to entice in the downtown area.
We don't want it just to be a residential
Exactly.
area.
We want to be pedestrian serving. And so the way to do that is to make it a pedestrian zone and encourage more pedestrian serving businesses. And so I think that's the goal of our community, it's the goal of city council. And so I think that's one way to do it.
So I think what we were saying today, Chris, if you had basically a 10,000 square foot commercial space, you would, the difference between the standards of the overlay versus.
Here, I got it right. I wrote it down. So when we discussed
I believe it's 3 spaces, right?
So yeah, so a 4,000-foot commercial space in the pedestrian overlay requires 10 spaces.
Oh, okay.
A 4,000 square foot in non-pedestrian overlay requires 13. So it's a change of space of 3. When you think about cars, that's a large.
So the 3 spaces, if you would gain you more square footage of commercial by whatever the ratio is for retail, which is, and that would be 1 to 300. So it'd be another 900 square feet of retail you'd be able to gain, or basically without the expense of providing the parking spaces, and parking spaces are quite expensive to develop. So there would be an economic motivation to do that.
Higher rents, better tenants, better businesses.
But it wouldn't be required either. It would be an option that they could utilize if they thought it was worthwhile.
I guess in the defense of that, there are some spots on El Camino Real that are part of the plan.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
What's part of the plan?
That are not part of the grand plan, that are not counted when you're counting your commercial spaces. There are, different from downtown, there are no spots downtown. There are actually spots open to park in on El Camino Real.
If you can get past the red curbs that are in this area. Why do we have so many red curbs? Does the bus stop like every 2 blocks?
I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know? I'm not sure. It's just red curbed, it seems like.
Well, I think around there's a sight distance issue on the corners, I know that. I don't know the answer about the bus stops or how many we have, but I know that we do have.
I meant to look at that before.
We have some bus stops along El Camino Real in that area.
So tell me, this idea that we have, tell me what the impacts would be to the side streets if we did that. Because we're saying that commercial's not going to have to come up with all of their parking. But I'm thinking theoretically that there's going to be less residential units for these lots also.
What you're saying is they would have a lower parking ratio in exchange for more commercial. Would that create the potential of more impacts for parking, at times for peak parking to maybe not to be exceeded than what's available on site? There's a greater chance, clearly, because you're having a lower parking ratio. It's hard to say, what that impact would be. I mean, it works in the downtown because you have sharing, going on because you do
But we aren't going to have
stops.
lots here.
It's less likely in this area, but sometimes it depends on the philosophy. I think that what Chris was mentioning was kind of the old adage: to create a vibrant area, you need a parking problem, so.
Right.
And that's what we did originally in the downtown, there was a lack of activity in the downtown, and we created parking waivers, and we used that until there was a situation where the downtown switched, and then we removed the parking ratio or waiver option for new development because it was now a successful area. It's just a matter of policy and philosophy of what the city council wants to do.
Okay, so does anybody have any issues with the first thing that Petrus and Chris came up with to address your concerns, Kathy? The 8,000 square foot change? I think that's a great idea. And then,
Could it be applied to a lower amount?
Well, the facts are that's half the lots.
Yeah.
That's half the lots
So you're
over
gonna
and half the
capture-
lots under.
that's a huge,
I think that
Huge
when you
net.
get under the 8,000, 8,000 is hard to get the parking and everything. And at that point, you start to maybe bump up against the whole other idea of the general plan with the incentivizing of the lots. So that's why I think 8,000 is probably a good number.
But at .35 commercial FAR, there will be less units, residential units able to be built because the commercial will be taking up more space. Is that correct?
Yeah, at a certain threshold, you're starting to create a higher ratio, because it's based on the lot, a higher ratio of commercial square footage than what you can fit on for residential.
Okay. Now, say if that commercial space was a restaurant, how would that apply? Because they usually need more parking than most, but they would get a parking waiver. Or would it be the residential units that get the parking waiver? How would we figure that? Would we say the commercial should be able to park first?
Here's what you would do, okay? So let's say that you could apply it probably in two ways. If you get a three space bonus, with the higher, or I should say the lower parking demand ratio, then you could use it by adding more square footage to add more retail, or you could save it and maybe allow more of an intensive use. A restaurant is a more intensive use in general than a retail space. Requires more parking. So the developer might be able to have the option of applying it either way, so long as the parking demand doesn't go higher than whatever the bonus is. So if the bonus is 3 spaces, you could use it in more retail space, or you could apply it to the existing commercial space and add more of an intensive use, potentially.
I like it. But I did recommend it, so.
Could we go with a lower parking, or a higher parking ratio where they wouldn't get 3 spaces, but they would get maybe 1.5? Would that?
Well, that code
not
doesn't
work?
exist, so we'd be writing new code.
I know, so
Yeah.
that's not something we could.
I think the bottom line is that we put our money where our mouth is. If we want our community to be more
I want
pedestrian-oriented,
everything.
then we say we want to be more pedestrian-oriented.
We do want to be pedestrian, but.
Yeah, and at the
But
end of the
we
day,
are-
if we get 10 applicants and parking becomes this overwhelming issue, then we can address it then. I don't foresee that happening, but if it does, then we can address it. But in the meantime, we're trying to incentivize, let's incentivize.
Okay.
Okay?
I think that might be better and more in keeping with what we're trying to do with that district. We really don't want the smaller
We're encouraging commercial space.
with some residential added.
And then Chris mentioned, and I think it's a good idea, that it also be specified that the uses be pedestrian-oriented uses in order to get that bonus.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because that's the
In
intent
other words, they couldn't
of-
do, real estate office.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That is the intent of this
Not that I don't like real estate.
zone.
Okay?
Absolutely.
You good, Kathy?
Yeah.
He is. Bob, do you want to address your, I got an easier issue.
No,
to
so
address.
let's clarify what we've done here. We've changed the 12,000 square foot exception down to 8,000 feet, and you can still take your FAR from .35 to .15 if you're below 8,000.
We're encouraging as much commercial as we can. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't know
There's
it's
two
gonna be
different separate
1.5.
concepts. We just lowered that limit to the smaller lots to 8,000 versus 12,000 square feet. And you can just leave it at that if you'd like. Or I suggested if you wanted to assure that there was some kind of a minimum percentage of commercial even on those smaller lots, you could say that the 0.35 of the building area be dedicated to commercial on those
See, I
smaller
like that
lots.
better.
Well,
I guess
how
the
about when
building
we,
area-
how about when we go to the 0.15 for the small lots? We're still allowing that when we go below 8,000 feet, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to clarify here.
You're still
Are we
allowing
gonna
an
use-
FAR
when-
of
when we get-
1.5, but what you're saying is that the ratio for commercial,
0.15, not 1.5, right?
isn't it 1.5?
0.15, you could reduce it from
0.15, okay.
0.25.
But
No,
I like
okay,
the-
no, what we're saying is, okay, the current code for the small lots says that if you have a smaller lot, you can go down to a commercial ratio of 0.15 for the lot area. What I'm saying is if you wanted to guarantee a certain percentage of commercial, that you look at a different ratio, rather than applying it to a floor area ratio, you apply a building ratio of 0.35 to the building area, not the lot area. So if you have a 4,000 square foot lot, but you have a 3,000 square foot building, the 0.35 of
Applies to the building.
3,000 would be the commercial ratio.
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, except you keep saying 0.35, and we've said we can go down to 0.15, so,
That's what he's changing, so there'll be no more 0.15. It'll be 0.35, but applied to the structure, not the lot.
so we're doing away with away with the 8,000, below 8,000 square feet, you can go to 0.15. We're doing away with that?
Yes.
Is that what
Now
we're
it's gonna
talking
be
about?
below 8,000 feet, you have to apply to 0.35 of the structure. Correct?
Is that what we want to do?
That's what I'm understanding you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's going to get us a better form for the commercial.
Okay, I
And
just
it will
wanted to be,
dictate-
I just wanted to be clear on what we were doing here, that's all. So, if we're clear, good.
Okay. And then the parking incentives for pedestrian overlay. Was the other change?
Only as an incentive.
Yeah. Yeah. No concerns with that? Okay. On to, I was going to move on to Bob's residential parking concerns.
I got to caution you, though, because what happens at these smaller lots is that it's impossible to put enough parking on to cover the commercial. And that's why we arrived at this 0.15, back in the downtown for those 4,000 square foot lots. So it's really hard, kind of on the spot, to try and design what that right ratio is. So I think the safer thing to do would be to do the 8,000 and stick with the ratio that was kind of time tested and evaluated in detail. And what I would suggest you do is, if you like that concept, ask us to, look at it and come back with maybe some other suggestions with some of the other updates, rather than trying to do this on the spot, because I think that might be a little bit dangerous.
Are you still comfortable with the 8,000 square foot threshold being moved, or?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay.
But allowing the 0.15.
Okay.
I think that's the safer approach.
Realistic.
Yeah, more realistic.
Okay, but I think we would like some detailed analysis of that from you or from the planning commission, from somebody anyway.
Not from the planning commission.
All right, from
staff.
staff, okay.
Yeah.
Residential parking.
But we're still clear on the commercial pedestrian parking and
Yeah, Mayor, just
pedestrian based.
wherever we go,
We'll bring that back, that other idea with the future zoning ordinance updates.
Okay.
we're going to have to see if staff, either in a break or in real time, we're going to need to
Draft.
see where those changes actually go from the 12 to the 8 in the ordinance, guys. So,
Okay.
we're trying to figure it out, but I'm not sure I'll get it right. So
Okay.
if you can help us walk through that.
So on to residential parking requirements. Let's hear it, Bob.
Well, like I said before, I think we should require buildings, mixed-use buildings in this zone to have open parking instead of garages. I think it should just be a blanket requirement.
So I'm of the opposite position of that, Bob. And this is the one time I'm going to quote Irvine as doing something right. If you go to all their medium and high-density residential living where they have below-grade parking like this, they have the higher-end units required to have enclosed garages. And that's what people want in communities. They want enclosed garages. And the thing to address your concern of it just being all piled up with junk is we require, just like we do with really other specific things, that your garage cannot be piled with junk. It has to have a minimum of 2 vehicles allowed to be parked in there at all time. If you don't want to park your cars in there and keep it empty, that's on you. But per the rules and per the development agreement, you have to have your garage be capable of parking 2 vehicles at all times. And the way we address that is just like the way we address everything else in town, which is neighbors are going to be aware of, hey, why is he getting away with this rule and I'm not? And that happens all over town right now. Because the bottom line is, those create better developments. Enclosed garages create better developments. People today have bicycles, they have surfboards, they have all types of things where they need to store them. And those enclosed, secure parking garages, I mean, you've been over to my house. I have 2 cars, 10 surfboards, 5 bikes, all my stuff, it's all neatly arranged in a storage, and I can put 2 cars in there at the same time. And you can do that with an enclosed parking area. It's a higher end development, Bob.
I get that, but I completely disagree in this particular zone. I think you impact, we're impacting the parking enough here, and that's another impact of parking, and I'm not comfortable with it. It's enforced
I
in
agree with
larger.
Bob. Yeah, we don't have an enforcement tool for this.
It's enforced in large developments, Chris, because you have 500 people in that development that are policing each other. In these small developments with 3, 4, or 5 units, there's no guarantee that there's some pain in the neck that enforces the parking regulations. So for these small things, I think that's the only way to do it, to ensure no spillover parking that would, hurt the residents.
Bob, where is this? What page are you on?
Where they talk about storage.
Yeah, page 7813. See, Bob, I disagree with that. I think it's happening at so many other levels throughout town, and it creates a better development, a better product for the end user, which is the resident of San Clemente. That's what people want. They don't want a carport. If carport was the standard in our community, that's what we would require across the board, and that's essentially what we're asking for today. Why is it that we require a higher standard of single-family residence than we do of condo apartments or condo developments? That's what you're saying.
If you're going to build a mixed-use building on a corner, and you put, let's pick a number. Let's pick 4 units.
Okay.
Okay, that's 8 cars.
Okay.
That's 8 cars that after 5 years are going to be parked on the street. That's just the way it is, Chris. Drive down any street in town. Pick a street in town and look at all the cars parked on the street. We're building the worst problem, and I don't want to do it.
Bob, if you go in Talega, they have these association rules all through Talega, and it works perfectly fine. A third of our community is doing it right now.
Again, you're talking about a giant development that has lots of self-appointed policemen. Here, we're talking about a small development that's not going to have that.
Can I ask the city attorney one question? Can we require in a development agreement that cars be parked in the garage?
Yeah, you can do that. It is subject to your ability to enforce that. To clarify, these projects wouldn't always have development agreements. In fact, some of them are permitted as of right. But you could require, as a matter of property maintenance, through architectural review or in the code itself, that the space be kept open. It's a question of whether anyone's going to notice it, and whether the city's willing to go have code enforcement ask people to pop their garage and inspect it. But you can enact that rule if you choose to enforce it and put it on the books.
It's the right thing to do, and it's a better development, Bob. If we wanted carports, we'd have all new houses be carports, so that way we can ensure that no one puts anything in their garage. we're talking about high-end development here where people are going to be responsible owners. We're not talking about building substandard developments. That was 50 years ago.
Well, Chris, there's a lot of high-end developments in high-end neighborhoods that have open parking that works just fine.
Developments have open parking, like carport parking?
No, a parking garage that you pull into. Under the building, if there's 4 units and you need 8 spaces, when you pull into your closed garage and hit your button to open the door to let you in, you'll go to space number 1. You are the mayor, you're in space number 1.
Thanks.
You'll go to space number 1 and park there, and then close the garage door behind you. But there'll be 7 other people that park in there also.
Well, see, I disagree with that, because this is one of the things that I've talked about with staff, and I hope we do in all future developments, is require individual parking spaces that have enclosed parking. And so I want to see this included all over town. When you look at the developments that have enclosed individual garages per unit, it's a higher standard of development. It's a higher end product that comes out. The cost to the end user is higher, and so it in turn helps everybody out. Higher property taxes that generates better things for the community. It's the right thing to do. If we wanted carports, we would demand carports. We don't want carports in the same money.
So maybe let's hear what Kathy is on this so that we can either get a decision or table it.
I want to ask a question on the storage that we required per unit. Was that in addition, it doesn't count as closet storage in their house? Is that correct? Or is it?
It's intended as in addition to the garage area. It's proportional to the unit size, so it goes up as the units get bigger.
Okay, so a closet that someone would have in the bedrooms anyway, are we just saying that they have to be larger to?
There are design standards for the for the storage.
What page was that on?
543. And for example, one of the standards is it says at least 70% of the required space must be contiguous with the unit or the required parking area. So it has to be like right where the parking
Okay.
area is,
Right.
or
So
the
it's
or the
contiguous.
unit. Yeah, or the unit.
So it's contiguous?
Yeah,
Okay.
at least 70.
So Kathy, how do you weigh in on this open
I
versus
think the planning
closed?
commission added this requirement in there in order to get the storage for surfboards and that, and so I wouldn't be against having the closed garages. I didn't realize it was contiguous, so I wanted to just make sure that, we weren't giving allowable closet space in their unit in the house, for the storage. So it's in addition to the garage.
Yeah, the idea behind this is the multifamily units, often they'll have a storage area above the parking space. So that's the idea behind this. Make sure that the storage is near where the parking is.
See, and
most of it, not
All right.
all of it.
What I'm
but most
proposing,
of it.
Kathy,
No, I
is eliminating
understand.
these storage requirements because that's what your garage is. I don't see how you're going to.
Because not everyone's from here and has learned to get 15 surfboards in their garage and store them like you guys do. I mean, I see my neighbors do that, and I don't know how they get their cars in there, but they've got racks and everything everywhere. And hopefully people would do that, but I think I'd like the required storage in there. If someone doesn't like it and they have a better idea, I don't know, can they rip it out? If they can, legally, are they able to rip it out? And that's their garage space, correct?
It would be technically a zoning violation, but
Okay. So, I mean, maybe they could come and apply for something different, I don't know. But I think I want the required in there because people won't do it on their own.
Well, and that's
Not
the whole
everyone.
reason why people police their neighbors to ensure that everybody's abiding by the rules.
that.
It's
But-
just like, for example, on Wayne Street, there's little plaques on the garage, like we talked about, that say,
Right.
you cannot park in the front of this driveway. There'll be little plaques on the garage door that says, this must be maintained for vehicle parking at all times, per city code, X whatever.
Well, why
telling
are
you
you
it's better
against having,
development, it's better
why are
for
you
the
against having
community.
the storage?
I think it's unrealistic. I think that's, I've lived in places that have storage requirements, and the storage cabinets that get built and developed are so small, it's silly. It's absolutely silly.
You're nodding.
I've never lived in a house with a 2-car garage in San Clemente and been like, oh man, I need more storage. I've always been like, wow, I'm so glad I have a 2-car garage where I can store all my stuff securely.
Well, just the planning commission figured this out. and with staff, and came up with storage, and I thought it was so that the garages would be a little bit larger to accommodate the storage. So you think it's just going to be overhead and the cars are going to go underneath it?
Well, there's a lot of discussion about whether, very similar discussion about whether to require garage doors, not require garage doors, concerns with filling parking with items, and a compromise was the storage requirement. And there was another city's code that was looked to as an example, so we didn't invent this. We looked at another city and what they do, and we try to tailor it to the zone a little bit by mixing with that 70%, realizing that to make it effective for this zone, you'd want more percentage of the storage to be near the parking. So that's where this came from, is a very similar discussion.
So all we're doing is debating
And
it
that result
again.
was the storage requirements, but maybe you have a different conclusion.
Right. So I'm going to go with the garage doors, but the required storage.
Double whammy.
Well, you know, if we're going to do a pedestrian overlay, you know, on this, we really got to watch that, the parking. And they need to be parked in there. So anything that adds to that, you know, other than, I agree that I think it is high-end to have a garage.
So what is our direction to staff? Because we've got to keep,
Well, I think-
this is a lot of stuff to cover tonight.
I'm for the garage, covering the garages, as long as the storage is in there. That's what's in our report.
Is that realistic, Chris?
So there would be a requirement that there must be garage doors
Yes.
for non-guest parking? Is that
Yes.
what's being contemplated?
Yes.
For non-guests? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because guest parking, it needs to be open.
Yeah, guest parking will be open, yeah. It's very clear. For owner parking.
Isn't that what's in our staff report?
That was, but
Garage?
then the planning commission changed it to storage and open parking, like Bob was
Well, planning
discussing.
commission
wait a
left it
minute.
either way. They left it open for the developer to decide. So the storage
Okay, 'cause I didn't
was there
know that.
to ensure that people would park in their parking spaces and have places to store. It doesn't have to be overhead. It could be, I mean, I've seen units where they have closets in the garage for each unit. It's another way of doing it. It would be up to the developer to design it. It just would have to meet the square footage requirements specified in the code. And the planning commission left it up to individual developer to decide which way would be the best for that particular use.
Chris, if you go to a pedestrian overlay, reduce the parking requirements, and allow residents of these new buildings to park on the street, you're crushing the parking
You're right.
for the neighborhood. You're crushing the parking for the residents that live there.
You know
And
what,
it's
I'll
not,
change
it's
my
not, fa- it's
vote.
just not fair.
I'll go to open.
Bob,
go to
we're not-
open.
we're not allowing people to park on the street. People are going to park on the street regardless. The bottom line is I'm expecting high-end development in San Clemente to occur from here on out. We're not going to allow carports of the 60s to happen anymore.
Stop saying carports of the 60s, because they're not.
They are.
They are open parking that are in very high-end buildings.
I'm telling you, as the only person on council to not have lived in a single-family residence more than 2 months, I can tell you shopping in San Clemente has been a difficulty because you want a high-end development. High-end development is enclosed parking that's personal space. And you don't get that everywhere, especially in a higher density residential area. And when you do find those residential developments that have high-end closed parking, where you can park your vehicle, your bikes, your stuff, in an area where you can access them easily, is a huge plus. It's a huge plus. And that's what we should expect for San Clemente. Plain and simple. I love the idea of this storage room, but Bob, you know what's going to be on this storage room? It's going to be a door. It's going to be a door probably smaller than that door because it's going to be an access door. If you try to get a bike or a longboard or a kayak or a stand-up paddleboard or any number of devices that people store in their house that you can easily store overhead in a garage out of a man door that big, especially when it's, let's go with the 2-bedroom, which is reasonable, 20 by 10, and you got to get past all your junk to the other corner to get it out, it doesn't get utilized. I've seen it. It doesn't work. But a 2-car garage that you're required to have 2 cars being able to park in it at all times does work. I've seen the developments. It happens.
If you could enforce that, Chris, it would be an excellent idea, but you can't.
I think you can.
You cannot.
I'm telling you, if it's a requirement of the development.
I'm interested in finding closure on this, so it looks like there's 3 and 1.
Okay.
So this
If
may
there's
be
3 and 1, if Kathy's with you guys, then
Well, only because I'm so concerned that we said, we would allow pedestrian overlay on this for the parking. That's why I'm concerned. But I would think that it would behoove the developer to put in the best parking and storage they can. Oh, God, I hate to waffle on this. Why not leave it up to the developer? They're going to know their price point of what they're doing.
because they're going to do the cheapest and easiest thing, which is to build in a 20 by 10 foot space with a little tiny man door, because that's what the code requires.
Okay, so if there was a garage door on there, it would give people more of an opportunity to have bikes stored up on the ceiling on a rack, which they would not be able to do if the door was not there, right? They need the door to do that, and all right, I'm gonna change one last time, I'm sorry.
Well,
But the
before you
doors
change
make
one
more
last
sense.
time.
No.
Before you do it.
I get it.
Scott, what happens with a 2-2 vote on this one?
It's not a vote.
Well, you know what I mean.
We're going
We don't have
2-2.
consensus. We
Garage
don't have
door, no
consensus.
garage door.
You have to vote out, and you have to vote out an ordinance that says something.
Okay, so let's talk about
Think about it,
this.
Kathy. Think about it. We can go on to the next item, because I have some other items I want to discuss, and you can keep in the back of your
Well,
head.
I know, I'm
I have other
sorry.
items to discuss.
You
It's
know-
the right thing to do, bottom line. Hey, I
Let's
get
move on. How
it.
many
You
more
live in a large
items?
house, you live in a large house, you guys have always had 2-car garages, I understand that. Coming from a perspective of somebody who hasn't,
But Chris,
it's a difficult
this is a
thing.
principled discussion. It's not based on our own personal anecdotal history.
It's
This is
not.
a principled discussion. It does, we all have different life experiences,
Mhm.
but we're looking at this through the lens of what's good for our community.
Exactly. I agree.
So,
And I
that-
think
that
that's
you
better
would
for our
throw
community.
that out there as the basis for why I decided, I find that not to
Oh,
be very
well,
appropriate.
I offend you all the time, so I apologize.
Okay.
But, so on to the next point, and Kathy can think about where she wants to go with this. Think about it. I get it. If I'm 3-1, I understand. My other concern that I had with this was this is the way I recollect it with the page.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Can I get some clarification?
Yes.
Before break? Is regarding this pedestrian overlay and the parking. So after talking with Jim, one of the ideas that we came up with is to get around the idea that you might want to provide a parking, like a waiver type idea, credit, for having a use that generates more pedestrian activity or having more floor area in the zone. It's trickier to deal with the use aspect because you can't control what the use is going to be after a year.
future, yep.
So what we came down to is this sort of concept where if you have every 300 square feet above 0.35 minimum floor area ratio, you could waive 1 parking space up to 3. Up to 3 parking spaces could be waived for every 300 square feet of additional commercial floor area. The 300 square feet comes from the rate that you apply throughout the city for retail or office.
That makes sense.
Is that?
Yeah. We have 3 nodding heads, so.
Okay.
And Lori's not nodding, but.
How does that change in a year, though? I mean,
That won't have to change.
That would be like a fixed thing. Now, if the council saw that there was a need to revisit this, we could revisit.
Okay.
If it wasn't working, we could change it again.
Okay. So the last item that I wanted to bring up for discussion on this before we pass it, and we started talking about Bob's flexibility, is 7A11. It's the diagram that was drawn out, and there's a few different references to 2 stories in the front, 3 stories in the back.
Oh, okay.
And Bob, I was hoping you could help me with this one, because I thought I was discussing with you during the council meeting. Yes. That we're not really concerned with the floors in the rear of the structure. We're concerned that the total height of the structure does not pass the red line. And there's this reference in here that council directed there to be 2 in the front, 3 in the back. And the way I recollected it was that direction was, no, it's 2 in the front, no higher than the top of roof being the red line. However many floors you fit in the back is really up to interpretation of whatever the site plan looks like. Or
Yes, so that was staff's understanding, and there was a lot of discussion about that, whether there should be a specific limit on the number of levels on the rear side. And the outcome of those discussions were to set height limits that are equivalent of a three-story building. So the height limits that, for that purple area in the middle, or the 3 stories possible, there's height limits that would be consistent with a 3-story building, but I wouldn't say you can't have more than 3 stories, because you might have different levels.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
And again, Chris, in that drawing there, you did not, in this drawing, you did not take advantage of every square foot of building that could be done under what we're about to approve this evening. Is that, I want to make that point again. But tell me, in this building, if the top, in the front there where you've got office,
Yes.
is there a potential on some of these sites to have 1 story on the bottom, which is retail or office, and then right above that to be residential?
You could have residential there.
If there would be enough room in some cases to have residential there.
Sure.
Okay,
You could do that.
Because we said residential as long as it's not on the first floor,
right.
right?
Did you want to talk about the flexibility that you brought up earlier?
Well, I will add, it's unlikely, depending upon what that minimum commercial floor area is. They're going to have to probably fill that space with office or retail to meet that ratio.
Well,
I'm just saying what's likely. I'm not
Yeah.
saying always.
Yes, I agree.
They have the option if they can meet the standards.
Yeah, what should we do about that word flexibility in there? Should we change that to something else?
That's on nine.
I caught it on a different page too, Bob, under a different context, 7814, to provide flexibility for these properties.
James, you have an idea about that? What, a better word for that, or, go ahead, Chris, you got a better?
This is just in our staff report. This isn't in the, am I right? Are you
Yes.
seeing it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
However, it's, staff reports live forever.
Okay.
So are you saying to provide for a challenge site or something?
I'm saying
we should
that,
have?
I'm saying that in the minutes of this meeting, this will be spelled out somewhere, so that someone reviewing the minutes of this meeting in 10 years will say, but you had flexible standards in here. You know, it says so right here in the staff report, and I want you to, I want to build this, you know, anyway.
Fort Knox.
So to let me get clarification, so the minutes, the council would describe the intent of the area, what the standards, the goals of the standards that you'd be approving.
Okay.
Is that right?
Say that for us.
Well, I don't want to say, and I want,
He's not-
I'm just saying that that's what I'm hearing from you, is that you want the minutes to reflect what you, that you don't like the way that that's worded in the staff report, and you want to make it clear what you think the standards ought to achieve.
We want to say something like, standards should not be flexible. Once written into the zoning requirements, it requires a large effort by the zoning administrator to change, or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know, I just,
Chris, where is it where
it
we
leads
talk
me
about
down
building height?
it leads me down a scary place, that's all. That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
I understand. Which, can you point me to that sentence?
Page 14, 7814.
Yeah, so the place I found it, Bob, to make it very clear, is page 7813 is where it starts, and it's discussing the lots on the east side of ECR, and it says right here, the NC3 zone on the north end of the corridor, maximum allowed height of 45 feet. The NC2 zone allows a maximum height of 33 feet, and then on the second page, it says to provide some flexibility for these properties, and ordinance allowed approval, and then it says in quotations, the proposed project will not obstruct free ocean view. So the thought behind that, the way I'm reading it, and the way someone in the future would read it, is that you're going to allow them to go to 45 feet as long as they don't block ocean views, and the way they do that is with those banks and things of that nature.
Yes.
And so as opposed to flexibility, I would like to see something along the lines of 45 feet may be achieved if it's set back substantially, or some very clear direction. Because as we know, 45 feet on the east or west side of ECR is not going to be something that this community is going to be on board with. And when you read it, it leads you down the path that,
We don't want to
Although I
provide
think
flexibility.
where I was responding, where it says it's a general plan policy on 7A9, standards should be flexible. And I thought the point.
That was Bob's point, yeah.
That's the point you were trying to make, that that's not our intention. Standards are standards.
Correct.
So that's where I saw, because taken out of context, it looks like, yeah, the general plan policy is this, when in fact it's just the staff report giving context for what's going to follow.
So what other word could we put in there in your staff report?
So let's just put something in the minutes of the meeting that says there was a considerable discussion about the word flexible on page 7A-9 of the staff report, and city council.
And 7A14.
And 7A14 of the staff report, and city council thought that the word, the intention of this flexibility is not very flexible or something like that,
Is rigid.
Can I come back with something?
Sure.
Later?
Yeah,
Sure,
you need to do
please.
that.
And read it, and you can tell
Please.
me if it reflects what
Please.
I'm hearing?
What do you?
You got something?
No break, yeah. We're going to kind of wrap this up before the break. I'm really strongly opposed to this height limitation, so does that mean I vote no on all the resolutions?
You could vote on that separately as a straw poll, so to speak, and then once that's decided, decide whether or not you want to throw in on the remainder of the enactment, or just vote no against the whole thing. But if the council would like to consider that separately, Councilmember Donchek, then you could decide whether you wanted to vote on the whole thing.
No,
That's
I
in,
don't
or
believe
you
in straw
just
votes.
want
It
to
can
vote
be a
no.
real vote, right?
Yeah, it would be a vote on whether to include that in the enactment, but not on the enactment, if that's your pleasure.
So you'd have to make a motion to include it,
To exclude it.
to include it.
Well, either way. But I suggest you vote on that separately if you'd still like to consider voting on the whole package with or without that change.
So we're ready to do that.
Well, and I think I think two things. One, we need to give staff time to write the changes so we can include in the resolution. And two, give Kathy 5 minutes to think about her delineation
Okay.
and allow for a bathroom break. 5 minutes.
So what I'd suggest, Mayor, if it's all right with you, is that you consider whether you'd like us to write the change from 33 to 35 into the enactment, and then we'd go with that instruction based on council consensus there, and then Lori could decide at the end, with or without that, whether she wants to
So we're
split the
taking a
rest.
10-minute break? Is that enough time for you to do?
I don't know. Yeah.
5?
Do we want them to write
And
that
more than
enactment if we're
5.
not going to do it? Let's vote on that.
Yeah.
I thought so.
I don't-
Why don't you just vote on that
I don't
separately?
want
and
them to
then-
take the
enact
time
it,
to do
and
that.
then we can, yeah.
I think
That's what I'd suggest.
And then also the possibility is that the direction be similar to the RATA. Those aren't the actual changes that are on that sheet, but you're giving us clear direction so
Right.
that for the second reading, we come back with the actual text.
Thank you.
But that,
Well, we need the text tonight, Chris, so we'll have to
Okay.
figure out how to, I'm not sure that's doable, but with the break, we can
Okay,
decide
we
whether
can.
to. It's first reading, so reading means you have to be able to read it, and so we'll do our best to make that happen, but if we can caucus, and we'll see. But if you'd like to take a vote on what you want us to include and what you don't, then you can consider the whole package, thumbs up or thumbs down, when we come back.
Okay. Which way do you want to do it?
Well, I'm going to be supportive of 33 feet with a CUP to go to 35, but I'm going to be very supportive of CUPs going to 35, because if the project does not block views, I think we should make that something that happens, because, anyway.
Okay.
If it doesn't block the view, it's okay.
So which way do you want to do it, Laura? Do you want to take a break now, or do you want to take the vote on whether or not to?
Do you want to vote on that element separately, or?
Okay, so what do you need?
Wait,
needs a vote.
What do you need a motion for?
Well, what I'm
To
suggesting
separate
is
out
that
the
you
height
consider that
discussion.
issue separately
Okay,
in
so I
terms of
make a-
directing us to write
I
it.
move that we suggest that we vote separately on all matters to do with the height limitations in the mixed-use zone. They're under discussion in Part 2.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so motion by Donchek, second by Baker. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All's opposed?
Post.
Opposed. So it's 3-1.
No,
Okay.
it's 2-2, it fails.
No.
It's 3-1.
You voted for
You
your own
voted-
motion.
Oh,
You voted against your own motion?
no, I voted for it, but you said opposed and she said...
No, he didn't.
I didn't.
He's looking at me.
Oh, you were just echoing what she said.
Yeah, I said 3.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
So we'll
is
vote
written.
separate, that's all we're.
Yeah, just vote
I think that's all we need to do. The rest of it, I think we
Note that
got down.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go there.
the amended changes to the general plan amendment, we will read in to the record those changes, and we'll adopt that. But in the meantime, let's talk about billing for weed abatement while they're working on that. Oh, did anybody tell Brent, by the way, that we're going to skip that? We probably should have done that part.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting
So,
that.
with that, while we're waiting for Brent, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any cards, Joanne, on
No, sir.
weed abatement? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Brent, we do this every year. Is there anything new that we need to discuss that has changed from last year?
Nope, 26 lots this year, and just asking council to waive the fees for the compliant properties.
Okay.
And then approve the billing and send out the bills for the weed abatement program.
Okay. With that, I move that we waive the city's notification. Do we need a motion for this, or is this just? Okay.
Yeah.
Move that we waive the city's notification costs for the compliant property owners. We approve the weed abatement report by motion, and we authorize the weed abatement contract administrator to bill the property owners the amounts indicated in the report.
Second.
Motion by Ham, second by Brown. All those in favor? Aye. It's 4-0-1 with Don Scheck absent. And then we'll move on to playground replacement. Thank you, Brent.
Good evening, Erin Donnelly, Park Planner. Staff is seeking concurrence with the approach for the playground replacement project that was given to you in a packet previously. We are also seeking concurrence with the proposed safety surfacing material, engineered wood fiber. We are also asking for you to provide direction regarding including shade structures for age 2 to 5 playgrounds, as well as direction regarding whether or not you would like us to include more challenging play in future playground replacements. And I'm available to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions for staff? Okay.
I love it. I love it. Hi, Aaron.
Hello.
How are you? So a few of the things that that really speak to me about this is, you know, I have 4 daughters. They're a little older now, so they still love playgrounds, but not quite like they did a few years ago. One of the things that I noticed is in recent years is the competition for our children isn't necessarily other activities or sports. It happens to be indoor activities, video games, other types of activities which are not physical in nature, watching TV, you know, the news show, social media, etc. And so the idea of having playgrounds that are more challenging or intriguing like that, I think, is able to provide for children between, I think, the ages of about 5 to 12, something a little bit more fun to play on, you know, and that will keep them engaged for a longer period of time. And my prayer and hope is off smartphones and away from video games and actually enjoying themselves on the playground equipment. And I've actually, on these rope-type base structures, we've taken our girls to there, and it is just endless fun. You know, it's so fun for them to jump all over it. Even, you know, I climbed up on them, and it did not fall down. I was super impressed with the structure, based on 210-pound man jumping up and down on it. But
210, Tim?
all right, 210, 220, whatever it takes. But I think that this is a brilliant idea, and I'd love to see this implemented in some of our playgrounds, particularly on Benini, I guess it's Benini Canyon, Marblehead Inland, coming up. I think it's a brilliant idea and one that I wholeheartedly support. And as the opportunity presents itself to have a wide variety of playgrounds available to the kids in San Clemente so that they can you know, keep kids intrigued and having fun for as long as possible, because once they become teenagers, they're just not fun anymore.
The kids or the
anybody who has no? I just kid. I kid. My daughter at home is watching it. She's like, I hate my father.
She is not.
Not watching. Heather's watching it, so Skylar's probably tangentially watching it. Anyway, yeah. Oh yeah. See, yeah, it happens. I think she's watching it just to make sure I don't say anything embarrassing, like I just did. Anyway, so I'm very supportive of it. I think it's a brilliant idea. And one other thing I'd like to throw in here, and that is I came across an article the other day about restored playground equipment, that there's a guy back in Iowa that's specializing in restoring particularly Cold War-based playground equipment. And he would take old rocket ships and restore them, repaint them, powder coat them, and then they would have them reinstalled in playgrounds. I would love to have our beaches, parks, and rec. I know we're not going to be touching Plaza or Maxburg Park for a long time, till 2027. But I guess growing up here, it was Rocket Ship Park for most of, at least Heather's life growing up here. I guess they took down the Rocket in the 80s or whatever the case may be because it was getting unsafe. I would love to see if it's possible for us, as part of getting back to our roots, is when we redo that in another 10 years, that we find an old rocket ship and put it back up in Plaza Park, if we could do it. I think it would be, we always talk about historical society, about Ole Hansen, et cetera. I think for about 40 years in San Clemente, Rocket Park was named that because of this one piece of playground equipment. And I'm fairly certain most of the kids now between the ages of 30 and 60 probably were on that at some point. So I'd love to find a way to bring that back at some point in the future.
Well, I could certainly research that and get back to
Yeah,
you.
I think it'd be cool. So
Which park did you say that was at, Tim?
that was at Plaza, Maxburg.
Maxburg Plaza
Yeah.
Park.
Does anybody remember the rocket ship, Rocket Park? Anyway, so it's funny because we had stuff like that when I was growing up, and its charm was that it could kill you, and that was part of the whole. I don't know if I'm going to die this time going down or lose half my skin on the slide going down, but anyway, I'd love to see that idea implemented.
And the one thing that I liked, you're adding shade for the 2 to 5-year-olds, because didn't we find that in Vista Hermosa Sports Park that it's very hot for the
Yes.
little ones to be on the equipment or walking around the sand? They don't move as fast, and
Well, the
They need shade.
Courtney's Sandcastle Charitable Foundation has polled visitors to that playground in particular, and the users have expressed an interest to have shade in the playgrounds for especially the ages of 2 to 5. So that's one of the things we're seeking direction from you right now. Actually, are you supportive of that? Would you like to see us spend the funds on shade structures for age 2 to 5 playgrounds?
would that include Courtney's Sandcastle, or is that separate?
That would not
that's
include Courtney's Sandcastle as far as the timeline that's proposed.
Correct. Okay.
But I think that's probably another discussion. I think the Courtney Sandcastle Foundation is actually looking into purchasing a shade structure
Yeah, I
for
think
that
you're correct.
playground.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I just wanted clarification on that. And while we're talking about playground equipment, what is the equipment that was the big circle with and used to spin it
The
so that you could get
merry-go-round?
dizzy? It was called a
Merry-go-rounds.
Do we outlaw those now, or do we have those in our park?
There are
think they make them.
versions of the old school merry-go-round that different types of playground manufacturers do offer. I don't know that they're necessarily made out of the vintage material that Tim was referring to previously, but there are a few vendors that have plastic merry-go-rounds that are available.
That's not the same as the metal one, I don't think. Do you? See, now I would like to
See, those back then, again, it could kill you, so that's what made it fun.
It did, but when you're talking about older children,
Yeah,
you
no.
can do that for a long time.
I think the idea here is sound, like, for example, ropes course versus Mary. I think you just want parks that are fun.
More challenging.
Fun and challenging for kids to be able to enjoy that for a longer period of time. You know, my girls at some point stopped having fun on the playground equipment if it was a certain type and style, and that's okay. You know, at some point they outgrow it, but it'd be great to make that as long as possible and as fun as possible. Better memories, it's all positive. So, however, whatever variation that takes, if it's ropes, if it's merry-go-round, et cetera, I think the idea is sound. It's just finding, testing and adopting playground equipment that has greater appeal,
Well, I agree, and that piece of equipment, I mean, that goes back, everyone
Yeah.
went on one of those, so I would like to see more of that, because we have this new, playground equipment now that is just not the version of what we grew up with, but I think still holds true now. No, I think it does. That merry-go-round, you can go on that at any age, including adult.
Didn't I see you on that last week? Yeah.
If it makes you
yeah.
dizzy, I like to go on.
Yeah.
I love the concept. I like the concept of having playground equipment that, again, wide range and challenging and fun. So I think we're all on board with that. As Aaron, it's the details.
So just to recap, some of the more challenging play equipment does have a little bit of a higher price point, and I'm not sure how we would deal with this on a, right now, we're just proposing Bonito Canyon and Marblehead Inland Park would be the two playgrounds that we would replace in the fiscal year 2016. There would be an approximate increase of cost of $5,000 in order to do that with the engineered wood fiber.
I think we see how it goes, you know?
Absolutely. That's
You know?
exactly what I was going to say, Tim. We see it, I'm completely in favor of spending some extra money on this year.
Okay,
with the understanding that we'll get a report and see how it goes and.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Couple parks, you know, in line
and let's see how it goes. Let's see.
And staff's intention is to, when we come to the next budget season, to ask for more funding to accommodate the more challenging play.
Okay.
And then if we could put on the capital improvement program whenever we do Touch Plaza or Maxburg to kind of look at maybe some of that retro playground equipment,
Absolutely.
you know.
So are you also in agreement that the engineered wood fiber surfacing, safety surfacing,
I am, yeah.
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 and the timeline
Well,
for the playground replacements, which will be
I think the
reviewed
timeline was
as we
sound. I think
go?
it was 2 this year, right? Is that we had 2 in 2016?
Correct.
And then I think before we do San Luis Rancho San Clemente, maybe we can come back and see how the
Okay.
playground equipment worked
Sure,
out. But I
absolutely.
think tentatively, we should just approve it as is and then have a.
yeah, and Aaron, frankly, this timeline, I'm counting on you to let me know about this timeline, when these things need replaced and when they don't, so.
Yes. This is staff's recommendation of, playgrounds tend to last 10 to 15 years. So this is based on our assessment of the maintenance. We recommend that this is the timeline that we should, unless it changes, of course, if something happens in between now and then, this is the timeline we recommend.
Talk to me a little bit about 2 and 3, Marblehead Inland versus San Luis Rey. It seems to me, we were just up there for the grand opening of that new facility at Marblehead Inland, which was the track with the different style workout components for adult playgrounds. Yeah. Adult being, never mind. So, that
Outdoor
playground
fitness equipment.
Yeah, fitness equipment, thank you. The playground looked like it was in fairly good shape compared to the San Luis Rey. So how is it that San Luis Rey is lower down than? I didn't give it a thorough
The
look,
playground
but-
safety surfacing at Marblehead Inland Playground needs to be replaced.
Oh, the surfacing.
Before the San Luis
Okay.
Rey Playground.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Got it.
Okay.
All right. Well, when we're done with this playground equipment, I'd like to show a couple of slides about what happens to it. We had some success last year and sent our old playground equipment from Maxburg Park down to Ecuador. What's the name of that organization that does that?
Kids Around the World.
Kids Around the World, thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
Did they redo it or did they paint it again? What are they?
They refurbished it and they shipped it to Ecuador, and they had a team of, a group of people that went and reassembled it for the children. There's one other thing I need clarification on, sorry, the shade structure for the age 2 to 5 playgrounds.
What would be the locations of those?
For this first round of playground equipment replacements, it would only be, staff recommendation would only be on the age 2 to 5 playground. There is
Where would that be exactly?
it would be installed so that it would shade the actual play structure itself.
I'm sorry, so it would be on every park moving forward, but only over the 2 to 5?
Well, that's what
Portions.
we're asking direction from you.
I'd love to pick, similar to what we have, the test concept, to maybe pick Marblehead Inland as the test subject, install it, see if it's needed, necessary, if it's a valid installation, and then maybe at the same time we come back with the report on the challenging playground equipment, we can come back with the shade structure report and.
Okay.
as far inland as possible.
That
I
was going to be my
think,
suggestion, that we focus on the inland park areas.
For the shade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as opposed to the more coastal ones.
Oh,
Sure.
right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's my direction for that. So
That's smart.
Okay.
I want to say one more thing about playground equipment when it leaves here. Can we attempt to get Kids Around the World to send the next batch to San Clemente
Oh, Del Tuyo.
I'm sorry, I don't
or
understand.
San Clemente, Chile?
Or our sister
either one.
city.
Oh, to San Clemente, Argentina?
Yeah.
I thought you were asking for their.
Or San Clemente, Chile, which we've had contact with recently.
Well, I did meet with Kids Around the World to discuss whether or not they would be interested in taking either the Bonito Canyon Playground or the Marblehead Inland Playground. Their interest lies only with the age 5 to 12 playground from Marblehead Inland, and they would like to charge the city $20,000 to refurbish it and ship it there. So staff recommendation would not to do that because it would be cheaper. It would be less costly, I should say, to just have the contractor remove the play structure. They didn't charge us for the Maxburg playground, but they would like to charge the city $20,000 to take the Marblehead Inland 5 to 12 playground to
Can you send me,
Argentina.
can you send me the contact number? I'll make a
Sure.
phone call. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay,
Clear?
we good?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Perfect.
Next is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning issuance of the 2015 special tax bonds of Community Facilities District 2006-1, Marblehead Coastal.
Good evening, Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. I have a brief presentation by Jim Fabian from Fieldman Rolap, our CFD facilitator. This is the last step to this process, and so we also have a representative from Taylor Morrison here as well. I'm going to kick it over to Jim, and then he'll go through a quick timeline of the history of coming to date and what happens after tonight's action.
Thank you, Eric. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Jim Fabian, Fieldman Rolap and Associates. And as Eric mentioned, this is the last step of a journey for the Marblehead CFD. In front of you tonight, we have several items we would like to talk about. A quick review of the prior actions related to the CFD that we've have previously brought before the City Council. We're going to have review and discussion of documents that are recommended for approval tonight under the resolution of issuance that you'll be considering for adoption. Those are the fiscal agent agreement, the preliminary official statement, the bond purchase agreement, and the continuing disclosure agreement. We also would like to discuss the bond parameters and then the next steps for the issuance of the bonds. Real quickly, in 2007, the City Council at that time adopted the original Marblehead CFD and authorized the issuance up to $60 million of special tax bonds at that point in time. As we remember, going back to 2014, at that time, Lehman Brothers came forward to the city and asked for some modifications to that RMA that was approved in 2007. And then we worked through the amendment of the rate and method of apportionment at that time. Back in April 2014, Lehman Brothers sold the property to Taylor Morrison, or Marblehead Development Partners, and we worked with them to start the process and modify the RMA at that point in time back in 2014. We had a lot of discussion at that time about the origins of the CFD, the special taxes, the development, and walk through that, I think, step by step at that point in time. In June of 14, we actually received the petition from Marblehead Development LLC to formally modify the rate and method of apportionment. We came back in front of the council in July of 14 for the resolution of intention. That started the process for formally amending the rate and method of apportionment. And then we set a public hearing at that time for August the 19th. At the August 19th City Council meeting, we opened the public hearing and continued it to September the 16th. And then at September the 16th, we continued again to November 18th. And part of that was because of some challenges we were dealing with because of a recent court case, but that actually was worked through, and then we actually conducted the public hearing on November the 18th.
Jim, is that the same public hearing where any residents affected by this can speak?
Yes.
Okay, just
Yes,
checking.
and at that point in time, there was one property owner in charge of, or in ownership of all the property. And that was a point of discussion at that point in time, you're correct. Okay.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Yes. And so at the November 18th public hearing, we did receive testimony. We closed the public hearing, and you took the following actions of the City Council. You received and filed the amended or revised CFD report. We approved amended and restated acquisition agreement. We adopted a resolution calling for the special tax. The city clerk conducted the election of the property owner at that point in time, and we declared the results of the election.
And then we had the first reading of the ordinance levying the special tax for CFD number 2006-1. That all happened on November 18th. At the next city council meeting, December 2nd, we actually had the second reading of the ordinance, and it became effective on January 2nd, 2015 for the special taxes. So since that time, Taylor Morrison has been developing the project. Staff, along with the finance team, has been working towards the approval of all the documents required for the issuance of the Community Facility District bonds. And we have prepared the resolution of issuance. Warren Dividend of Best and Krieger is in the audience. Warren has prepared that resolution. That resolution approves the fiscal agent agreement, which is the document that really governs how the bond proceeds are spent, the covenants that the city makes and the property owner makes related to the issuance of the bonds, and really lays out the procedures for the drawdown of the bond proceeds and then the ongoing payments for principal and interest to bondholders in the future. We also have the preliminary official statement, which is the offering document that will be used by the city's underwriter, Stiefel Nicholas, to sell the bonds to the public and we'll talk about the schedule in a little bit. There's also the bond purchase agreement, which is the document between the city and Stiefel Nicholas, where they will buy the bonds from the city and resell them to investors. And then we have the continuing disclosure agreement, which is the document that lays out the ongoing continuing disclosure obligations that the city will have to the market to provide updated information related to the CFD. There is also a continuing disclosure document that Taylor Morrison has until they are less than a 20% owner of the property within the CFD. Additionally, the resolution of issuance lays out certain bond parameters. As we mentioned before, we can't issue more than $60 million of bonds. Right now, we're estimating about $58 million will be the issuance size for the bond issue, and that's based on the revenue stream generated by the special taxes that will be levied on property within the CFD. We also have a parameter that the interest rate on the bonds will not be 6% or higher. We anticipate that actually to be under 5% based upon current market conditions. The underwriter's discount, this is the amount of money or compensation that Stiefel Nicholas gets paid for selling the bonds. It has to be less than 1%, and the final maturity on the bonds will be no later than September 1st, 2046. Next steps after deliberation and approval this evening, we would have the sale of the CFD bonds on or about November the 18th is our present schedule. That would allow for the preliminary official statement, assuming approval tonight, to be posted sometime tomorrow. It would allow Stiefel Nicholas to do the pre-marketing of the bonds. They have previously conducted an investor tour of the Marblehead CFD approximately about 3 weeks ago and had great turnout for that. The bonds would close right around December the 2nd. At that point in time, the funds would be wired and available to reimburse Taylor Morrison for the facilities through the amended and restated acquisition agreement. One thing I wanted to point out, and we've talked about this previously, this 2015 special tax bonds are secured by special taxes levied against the property within the CFD. The city has no obligation to pay the debt service on those bonds. And happy to answer any questions that you have related to the issuance of the CFD bonds.
Jim, I got some questions. Go back 2 slides for me if you don't want to.
You got it.
So it says, no, where's the one that said 2046?
There you go.
Okay. So I buy a brand new house, new construction in 2020. My Melrose shuts off at 2046, even though I bought in 2020?
That's correct. If the term of the bond issue is 30 years, And so that's when that would be the last date that any debt service would be paid on the bonds. Typically, you would have a reserve fund that's used for that last year's debt service. So if you bought a house 5 years from now, the term of the bond, you would assume the term of the bond at that point in time. You'd have 5 years already paid, you'd have another 25 years left.
Who's paying those first 5 years then if no one's?
If it was the original property owner, assuming somebody bought that house now,
Because
or,
they're gonna do phases, so.
well, Taylor Morrison would pay the
is paying
taxes,
that.
yes.
Okay. And on the staff report here in the background, I know we've talked about this before, but just for the public's sake, note that the CFD special taxes only apply to the residential parcels of the development, and the commercial and open space parcels are excluded. Obviously, I know why the open space is excluded, but remind us all why the commercial space is excluded from this.
Well, the commercial property at one point in time was all part of the larger piece of property. And my understanding is that SunCal sold the commercial property in 2006 prior to the CFD being sold. And so the improvements and the benefit of the improvements are pretty much related to the residential property, and that transaction of that sale, the commercial lot, was done before the CFD was formed, and so that property was separated and kept out of the CFD. And that's happens a lot when you have commercial and residential property somewhat side by side like this. So the commercial property was a separate transaction, separated out of the CFD, and the CFD was left only on the property that SunCal owned at that point in time, and then they approved the formation of the CFD on their property. The commercial property back in 2006 was no longer owned by SunCal, but the developer of the outlet center.
So just to clarify then, and this isn't directed at you, it's more of a general question. The 2 million visitors a year we're going to see for the outlet mall are going to pay zero towards infrastructure development, and we're going to put all the weight of that on the backs of the 300 homes that are being sold. Is that a fair statement?
I think there's more nuance to it than that, because that actual transaction of property contemplated, the benefits of the improvements and other things.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for your report.
Any other questions?
Now I'd like to make a motion. Okay, I move we adopt. Thank you, sir, appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Jim. Good to see
I
you.
move we adopt Resolution 1515, titled Resolution, City Council, City of San Clemente, California, acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2006-1 of the City of San Clemente, authorizing the issuance of bonds of Community Facilities District Number 2006-1, designated 215 special tax bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million, appointing a fiscal agent, approving a fiscal agent agreement, preliminary official statement bond purchase agreement, and continuing disclosure agreement, and authorizing negotiation of terms of the sale of said bonds, and authorizing preparation of final official statement.
Second. Motion by Brown, second by Baker. All's in favor?
Aye.
All's opposed? Opposed. I'm just going to say I'm still opposed to this. I can't wait till the opportunity to discuss this from the beginning on a new CFD that we do in Planning Area 8, and we'll discuss ensuring that everybody shares in the cost of this, not just residents of San Clemente. Thanks, Jim. Good to see you again.
Didn't you,
I'm not quite sure what that meant. Yeah, no, he voted no on that one,
I'm aware of
too.
this whole process from the
Yeah,
beginning.
you are.
It's just something about it is.
We should just stop the entire development right now.
No, I wouldn't oppose that.
Let's just blow up the 300 homes and never build them.
Yeah. What's this?
I don't know what he wants to talk on. We don't
Okay.
number our agenda that way.
Okay, Corey Skurlock? Did you want to talk about the playgrounds? Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Write it out, right, yeah.
Okay.
Can I still do that?
Sure.
Can you hear me? So I'm a resident of the Trestles community, and I love this playground replacement program, but I think that San Luis Rey Park and the Trestles community needs to have a look at. And I think the residents that live there feel that same way. We have made a name for ourselves, excuse me. In the Trestles community, I feel like people have been really taking ownership of that little parcel of the neighborhood, and I think that including that park in either this year's budget or next year's would be a good bridge for the work that the residents that live there have already done. I know a couple needs right now in that park are that there's a lower end street of Del Comercio that neighbors the park. So right now, what happens in the park almost any day of the week is every one of those kids is in that park without supervision, except for fun in the run days. And there's also children who are brought and get, I don't even know what that's called, like occupational therapy or something. And so they're using that existing park equipment horribly. Like there are tall humans, children who are bigger than me on swings that they can't be moved on. And this is supposed to be therapy for them. So I think that this really, really needs to have a little bit of time. There's a couple of other things I thought of. Oh, as far as just location, Stanley Ray Park, I believe, does serve what, from Linda Lane Park to Uppers? Is that the only park in between there? I think. So as far as just in terms of people, you've got everything on Presidential Heights from Linda Lane, then the rest of the community all using that little central space, and all that's there now is what, 2 swings, a tiny little playground, and there are more children there than what it is capable of holding now. So I would like to see you guys consider that, if not this year, next year, for sure.
So, 2 things. One, it is for next year, and next fiscal year.
I'm sorry, you know what I mean, yeah.
And that's exactly why I brought it up, because I was thinking of San Luis Rey comparatively to Marblehead Inland. And I think the concern is Marblehead Inland has newer equipment and more equipment, but as she mentioned, it's the play surface at Marblehead Inland it's drastically, it's very unsafe. And so I think that's the concern. So it's not that Marblehead Inland is going to get new equipment, they're going to get new surfacing.
I understand that, yeah.
So, and that's why if you look at our list, it's essentially number 2 on the list, because Bonita Canyon's coming first, then that as far as new equipment goes. So
Okay.
it is a priority.
One thing also, we started raising our family on West Avenue to San Gabriel, and then we're over on Barcelona right now. And one of the things that is a subtle point, actually, Chris Cheddar made the point, what happens in Southwest is that a lot of people think about the beach is a pretty big playground for most of the families on that side of town. One of the things I'd like to see for San Luis, when this comes back, we have an opportunity to evaluate Marblehead, is more challenging play equipment. There, you've got one very small playground structure, a few very small swings, and for the most part, anybody over the age of 6, maybe 7, you've outgrown it, right? And so it would be nice to have playground equipment that could incorporate a broader range of ages there. And I don't know how you would fit it, but I think there's a lot of room in that park to make things like that happen.
Can I also suggest, aren't we doing a Beaches, Parks and Rec master plan next year? We put it off for this year, but we'll be doing it next year. So that'll be announced to people. Okay, after the first year, we're going to do an entire master plan of all of what we have. And that would be the time for you and anyone else there to come back and say what you would like to see in that park.
And that would be
when we're
announced-
doing the master plan.
Okay.
We'll be doing
That's
it.
called the Beaches, Parks, and Recs master plan?
Yes,
Okay.
and it'll be all the facilities.
Okay.
So that would be the time, a great opportunity to bring up what you would like to see.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
And I commend the Trestles community for doing a great job, taking some neighborhood
Thank
pride.
you.
It's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Is staff ready to review part 2 of the general plan amendment discussion? It's the last item, right? I think it's the last item. Tim?
Is it going to be 2 hours?
No, it's going to be very quick, so don't go anywhere.
They're
leave the room,
duplicating
but
that.
don't-
Laura
don't-
took that out to, I was duplicating that right now, so she's running the copy.
While staff is duplicating that, Kathy, did you come to a conclusion? On the parking?
I'm sorry, on the garages?
Yes, on the residential parking
Okay.
codes.
Because we are adding the incentive of waiving parking requirements, I can't do it. I have to, I can't trust that people are going to park in the garage with a door on it. If we weren't adding that pedestrian overlay and that possibility, then I would do it. But I think not.
You're going.
Open garages,
Open garages, but requiring the
storage.
storage.
Yep.
Okay.
And any developer that comes before and brings a project like that can, if if there's some compelling reason to not do that, I'm sure, we have an appeal process for that. So, and if anybody's, wants to appeal it, they're more than welcome to.
I like your positive outlook, Bob, but I don't foresee it happening that way. That's fine. It's good for you. Does this need to be read into the record?
I'd like, Chris, just to walk you through it.
Can you
replay what you just mentioned? I heard that.
We're not going to change the residential parking standards. We're going to go along with Planning Commission's recommendation of the enclosed storage per unit.
Okay, then disregard the page I gave you just now that says garage doors on the top.
Where is that?
So, page 2, is that enclosed residential parking, non-guest spaces?
Yes, just disregard that.
Okay.
Please, if that's the direction.
So, can I clarify, did the planning commission recommend that that be left to the developer of the home?
Yes.
Oh, I think we want to require that it not be enclosed. Is that what I heard, the consensus? Yeah, so we would keep that, but say instead of enclosed, it shall be open? As I understood your straw vote there.
Open residential parking spaces, and then I'll just get rid of non-guest spaces too, because it's all open, right?
Yeah, but we're going to require the storage space.
Yeah.
You guys aren't wavering on that one, right?
No. That
Okay.
stays. So this would say open instead of closed.
Shall be open with an individual, How can we word that? That second part.
Well, it'll just say residential parking spaces, and then it will say, it doesn't say non-gas, it'll just say each residential unit's required parking spaces shall be open.
And by open, we mean, a standard, if there's one gate or one door or something that.
Oh, you mean shared,
that
not,
doesn't allow, everyone in the world to park there. It's a private garage that you, that makes sense to me, yeah, that's secured with a gate so that you have a door opener and drive in and park in your assigned number 1 space there and close the door behind you. Those are the kind of things that make sense.
So,
Secured parking.
I think getting to that, I would just change it, as Scott said, call it residential parking spaces and say that each residential unit's required parking shall be open within the project's garage.
Yeah.
And then it's clear that it's the
And then that last
garage,
sentence,
and not
right.
to be enclosed.
But secured.
Yeah, we're still going to have secured parking though, correct?
That'd be permitted, yeah.
Well, not permitted, required.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Secured and open.
Do you have?
Yeah, just as well, yeah. Yeah, we got it. The rest of these, the first page, Mayor, I think you can see where they go.
Yeah.
Chris has plotted them within the ordinance, and I think they can be included in first reading, and you're ready to go.
Well, one question before we go on there. The errata page that we did for Part 1, we're doing the same thing for Part 2, because we've got the same numbers in Part 2. Is that your understanding, Chris, or do we have
No,
different numbers in Part 2?
This would apply just to Part 2. The issues that were addressed in Part 1, it would not affect, so the decision that was made in Part 1 would not, there isn't a need to include that in this errata sheet. It would not erase the work or void the decision that was made in Part 1. Is that clear?
Yeah, this is entirely
They're
separate. We already
separate
adopted
sections.
the first.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Because this deals with different zones, so it's okay not to put that in here. The part, here, let me be clear. So Part 1 In part 1 errata included mixed-use 3.1 zone, mixed-use 3.3 zone, and general standards. that
3031 and
address in the
33.
ordinance in part 1. This ordinance, I see what you're saying.
No, you still have this in part 2.
Okay,
You have
then,
3031 and 33 in part 2 also.
okay, then I would just add this supplements the errata previously read into the record,
Okay.
part 1.
And, yeah, and then we know, well, where those changes applied in the first part of the ordinance, will also apply in the second part of the ordinance, right? That's what.
Yeah, the
what I
idea,
need to
yes.
So the height limit could be varied with the CUP, et cetera. So wherever those changes applied in the first part, they'd apply in the second part too. Yeah, where they're applicable. And then the errata part 2 is unique to part 2.
What is number 2? What is number 2
Number 2?
in reference to on the errata?
Oh, that's, if you would need to get a conditional use permit to have that exception in floor area ratio. And those are the findings that apply right now to get that exception. So I just included those.
Okay.
So if you wanted to get a conditional use permit to have a lower minimum commercial floor area, today you'd have to meet these findings.
Okay.
And with that, you guys are going to think about, you guys are going to think some more and talk about .35 and .15 and whether, and 8,000 square feet for lot sizes. You're going to put your heads together and talk about that a little bit and decide if we've made a mistake there and come back with us post haste if we have. Is that the understanding? Or are you, just in case, let's,
Sure.
before we carve this in stone, let's have you guys think about that a little bit, okay?
Well, am I understanding correctly? So we can continue to evaluate that issue, and because we're updating the zoning ordinance in phases, we can, if there's a need to change this again, then we can change it again in a later phase. Is that
Another zone.
acceptable, or we need to change it right now?
No, that's certainly acceptable, because, like we said, we only have one project coming through. But if there is, I will, yes, ask you guys to do that, and if there's some need to do it sooner than that, please let us know and we'll get it done. But that's an important evaluation I think needs to be made.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Does this satisfy everybody?
I think so.
Okay.
But just tell me, this errata, what part does it get added to? 1?
Well, we're just going to read into the record that the errata will be part of the adopted policy. So we don't add it into the actual reading, it's just,
It goes in the ordinance.
Yeah.
Chris, are the errata sheets, do they implicate general plan pages or not?
No, these are all zoning
That's what I
ordinance related
thought.
items.
So they will just be changes to the first reading of the ordinance.
got it.
Okay.
Okay. Go for it, Bob. Okay.
Okay, but I still want clarification on where to put in the errata. Adopting the resolution, the ordinance in number 1?
Let me find your recommendations, sorry. Just number 2.
Number 2?
So you'll introduce the ordinance,
Right, with
read
the
all
errata.
that with the errata
Okay,
that we
thank
discussed.
you. I just wanted clarification on that. Okay, I'll make the motion to adopt Resolution 15-48, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, certifying Addendum Number 1 of the Centennial General Plan Environmental Impact Report, adopting amendments to the General Plan Land Use Map, and adopting General Plan Amendment 15-049, with amendments limited to the MU 3.2, NC 2, and NC 3 land use designations and boundaries of the ECRA overlay. Number 2, introduce ordinance 1610, entitled "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting amendments to the zoning map of the City of San Clemente, and adopting zoning amendment 14-456 with amendments limited to the MU 3.2 zone, NC 2 zone, and NC 3 zone, and boundaries of the ECRA overlay, with the adopted errata Part 2 that has been outlined. Number 3, adopt Resolution 15-49 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting interim mixed-use 3.2 design guidelines.
And do we need clarification in there, Scott, about the open garage idea?
No, that's in the second set of errata. So
Okay, well, we didn't,
Oh, wait, I didn't read that, I'm sorry.
we didn't,
With the errata Part 2, the residential parking spaces, that the project's residential units' required parking spaces shall be open within the project's garage. And I don't think I need to say anything about guest parking spaces.
I think that's it.
Correct? Is that good enough?
We already do it in other projects. It's your open idea.
Second.
So. Motion by Ward, second by Baker. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 3-0-2. Brown recused and Doncheck absent. Cool. Thank you, staff. For an excellent job.
Thank you.
Very much.
Mr. Wright,
For all your
again,
work.
fabulous job on this. Thank you.
We're going to keep all of this paper for a long time, just so that we can keep looking at it and know
want me to
exactly
sign it
what's
for
going
you?
on. Even the pictures are like a great guide. So,
I definitely want your autograph. Get over here. Come on, I want an autograph.
Do we have any cards for Oral Communications Part 2, Joanne?
You got a Sharpie?
Okay. No?
You got a Sharpie there? Come on. Come on, right.
wait, I want a picture.
Scott, you have anything to report? Okay. So, while Bob's doing that, I have, where'd this ACCOC thing go? Disappeared. It was right here earlier. Oh, man.
Hold on, do it again. Hold on.
Uh-oh. He's right here.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
I have to find a storage space now for all
No,
this stuff.
the ACCOC thing that we talked about, Tim. You know what it is. We need to delegate a voter or something.
Oh, for the vote coming up this Thursday?
Yeah. You want to talk about that?
Well, there's a business meeting for the ACCOC this Thursday. I have the CEP in Oceanside.
Okay.
I can attend, so somebody who can represent the city or the mayor in that vote would be useful.
I won't be able to attend, so one of you two, would you be interested in attending? It's right here.
When is it?
I think it's 12th, the 12th. Tim?
Oh, was it the 12th? I thought it was this Thursday.
I think it's the 12th. I literally had it
Can't do it
right
then
here on
either.
my thing. I don't know where it went.
I don't know the answer to that.
Here it is. It's 11/12. Got it. Yeah. It's 11/12.
Where?
Tim, where they at? It's not in San Clemente, I can assure you.
It's typically held up in Irvine, either at the Sheraton or the new Irvine Hotel.
What time is it at?
Orange County Hilton, Bristol Park and Costa Mesa.
Okay.
What time?
Usually
5 p.m.
at 5 p.m.?
Yep.
Is that the business meeting?
Yep.
And then they have an event after.
Kathy?
Well, I'm already in Irvine from 9 to noon. I know.
Ooh,
That's why I asked
sounds-
what time.
Sounds horrible.
All right.
It's past
I'm
the
gonna
Kappa
hit-
curve, you know?
I'll-
You're gonna do it?
I'll do
Okay.
it.
There we go.
You got to give
So,
me the details, though.
I got it right here. So I delegate Councilwoman Ward to go in my place.
I think we need to send a letter, right, to them?
Joanne's gonna do that, right? Right, Joanne? Joanne's gonna take care of that. Perfect. Okay. Tim?
Yeah, so I wanted to let everyone know, this Thursday in Oceanside, the Community Engagement Panel of the San Onofre Decommissioning Project is, we're having a meeting in Oceanside. You can find out more about it. It starts at 6 o'clock. It'll be running till about 9. You can find out more about it at www.songscommunity.com. There'll be a number of items that will be addressed at that point, and all of the information regarding the agenda and the pre-read is available. At least the agenda is available online at that resource. So anyone who's interested, I encourage you to attend. Questions, other items you may have there, it's a perfect forum for any of those items that, any of those questions you may have. Also, I wanted to announce, it was in the Times, but I thought I would repeat that there's some closures coming up this next weekend, and that is the I-5, the southbound I-5 off-ramp off of Avenida Pico is closed from 11 p.m. this Friday to the next morning to, closed from 11 p.m. Friday to 5 a.m. Monday morning.
Wow.
So that's a big closure, so we need to be aware of that. Recommended detours is to go down to Palizada, come back, and then get off on Pico there. So be prepared for some pain. That's going to be a tough one. So again, that's closed again from Friday, November 6th at 5 a.m. to Monday, November 9th, from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Monday the 9th. And then also the southbound I-5 on-ramp is going to be closed from 11 p.m. Friday, November 20th to 5 a.m. Monday, November 23rd. So that's a big deal. If you guys have email distribution chains or other things, and it probably should be on the city website. It probably already is, but I would encourage we have that on there. That could be very difficult for a lot of folks if we're not paying attention. And that's it.
Thanks, Ted.
Okay, Laura, I need something put up. Not that one. We're going to get to that one. That one's exciting.
It looked exciting.
It is. It's shopping. So on October 23rd, I attended the Las Palmas Elementary School ribbon cutting for their organic garden. And we have a couple other pictures, I think. The city provided a grant for this garden. That's their actual ribbon that they cut, and all the kids stood by that. And then there's one more that I think, that's all the kids unraveling their mission statement for what they want to do with this organic garden. And afterwards, they provided food from the garden, zucchini and different things like that with cheese, and it was very nice. They are. They are. They do supervise it. They had tomatoes and corn, and I'm trying to remember what they had when I was there. But it's very large. People donated the ground, the hard granite. What is that called? DG. Thank you very much. They donated that. They've made boxes, elevated boxes for it. You can't see it because of all the kids there, but that whole area next to that portable is all the garden. It's not what I expected. When I came around the corner, it was an entire large area. So it's really exciting, and it was a great turnout. I mean, that's just what I took of the ribbon cutting, but there was a lot of people there. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is on October 29th, I went to the Boys and Girls Club, and that was the end of Red Ribbon Week. And after the parade that everyone did, the Boys and Girls Club did a For Kids' Sake program for 1 month. They talked about 4 issues of leadership, and that was led by Keith Stafford, who is the person who is in charge of For Kids' Sake. He's the one that started that national organization. He is a San Clemente resident and a broker at Coastal Castles Realty who sponsored this event. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because we did it around town, and I wanted, at this event, and I wanted to tell parents that could not be there to see their kids perform and other kids to see themselves on TV to look for that around town through the city. So the last thing is that last graphic is many of our organizations in town, our charitable organizations. The Outlets of San Clemente is doing their first shopping extravaganza. It's a special event, and this is the first one that they're doing. It's an inaugural charity fundraiser, and they say shop the deepest of blue discounts, score last-minute holiday deals, and support 18 local charities, all in one day. So the ones that I see on there for us, and that's the event I went to last night, is the Assistance League of Capistrano Valley, celebrated their 35th anniversary at the Bargain Box. Did you know that they were there? In 1982, they decided to buy that building. How smart was that? So all the women there that have been doing that since 1980, from San Juan all the way to San Clemente, but they're in this. Everyone that comes to this, you pay $35. You get to shop. You get a private catered lunch and entertainment, and you get a chance to win $50,000 in prizes and discounts or gift cards to the different outlets. So the charities that are from San Clemente that I picked out was the Assistance League, Boys and Girls Club, Family Assistance Ministries, San Clemente Sunrise Rotary Club, and the Wellness and Prevention Center. So you can get your tickets at, let's see, outlets at sanclemente.ticketmob.com. And that is on December 5th, on Saturday, is that shopping event. So I just wanted to spread the word on that, and I don't know, can we get that on our website? Do we do anything like that? No. I think that Outlets is going to greatly publicize this, but I just wanted to mention that this is the first time that they have done this to benefit the charities.
Okay, I just want to bring up a point that we discussed, I think it was last meeting, we talked about the critical care transports hopping out of San Clemente Hospital, and there was some question on whether or not they do their own or we do it for them. I asked for some numbers from the Orange County Fire Authority, and since February of this year, they've requested that our paramedics in our ambulance respond to the hospital to do a critical care transport 25 times. So it's almost 3 times a month that they've requested that. So here's the data to support what I said last meeting, which is there's a significant number of calls where they are asking for our support. So I just wanted to reiterate that and bring some facts as opposed to just anecdotal conversation.
Okay, and while we're on the subject of the hospital, I wonder if we should ask the city manager to send a letter to Memorial Care. We're concerned about the hospital, and maybe we should have the city manager send a letter asking about what's their plan in case the legislative solution fails.
I think that's a great idea.
Think that's a good idea? Let's ask them also in that letter, we've been promised a couple of different times some financial information about San Clemente Hospital in particular. And we'd like to ask for that again in writing. And maybe we should also request a meeting for the with the Memorial Care Board of Directors and just take 10 or 15 minutes of their time to have one of the council members go up there and speak and make sure they hear our concerns firsthand. I'm sure they'd be interested in something like that. So maybe we could do that. And let's get that done within the next month. Get some answers, and let's talk about this again in a month and see what kind of answers we've got. And, anybody else have any ideas about things they'd like to ask or?
Yeah, I think we should set up a date and time where we could discuss potential suitors. If Memorial Care still continues down their path and we don't have a positive outcome with what we're trying to do now, we look towards the future and see if we can set up a date this calendar year where we can have other hospital groups that might be interested in providing those services if Memorial Care does indeed not want to continue.
Okay, well, let's do that in addition to the letter. We're not going to write that in the letter, but that'll be another letter to some other healthcare providers.
I think that's an action item for ourselves that we can.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
I think that last item, the rest is underway. It's follow-up on prior council action. You could have that action brought back as a future agenda item if you want. So
Absolutely. Well, I move that we agendize that for next council meeting then.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that good, or do you want to vote?
No, I think that's good. We have 3, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Great, Bob. Thanks for bringing that up. With that, we're going to adjourn this evening in honor of Will Budenhagen, who is a maintenance services employee with the city of San Clemente, who passed away recently. So with that, I move that we adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on November 17th, 2015 in the city council chambers located at 100 Avenue Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m.
Second.
Motion by Ham, second by Baker. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-4, 0-1. Doncheck absent.